as questions to better understand the current state, how we got to where we are currently at in pursuit of this goal, as well as future state questions, looking forward. What changes need to be made? What strategies do we need to invest in moving forward? What's going well? What's not going well? In the spirit of continuous improvement, we as a board want to give Dr. Roberts the grace to pivot if pivots are necessary based on the data that he's provided to us in pursuit of these goals. So I will open the floor to my board colleagues regarding goal, and forgive me, I am still opening some of my documents. Kelly is going to present something before we get into questions.
Thank you, Board Member Martin and Madam Chair. As is customary, I think it's important for us to, at every monitoring meeting, make sure that we are bringing forth teammates or students who are closest to the work as it pertains to the specific goal or guardrail that is being monitored. And while we know that the monitoring report gives us a snippet, and a very important snippet, into where we are, how we're performing, I think it's a tremendous value add for the board and community to hear about some of the work happening in terms of growth, years of struggle, years of challenge, and where we're getting positive traction. So this evening we have I'll have our mid school director, teacher learner, from Schofield to introduce our amazing school leaders.
Good evening. I'm excited to have three of our school leaders here tonight. They're going to speak to Goal 2, but also Guardrail 1. That work is really intertwined. And so they're going to speak to some of the work that we've done across the district around language acquisition, adolescent reading, early reading, and reading across disciplines. And we're going to start with Harding. One of our really big pushes in middle school this year was a focus on adolescent literacy and reading across disciplines and creating language-rich classrooms, which and reading the board reports would impact both of this goal and the guardrail. Harding embraced that work from the very beginning last spring, adding these goals and actions into their CPSP, and they have monitored and adjusted their strategies and supports throughout the year. So I want Dr. Smith to talk to you a little bit about the work they're doing at Harding around those actions.
Hello, how are you? I'm Chris Schmidt. I'm the principal at Harding Middle School. I just wanted to come and share a little bit with you about the goals at Harding and what we've done to support Board Goal 2. One of our biggest pushes was to get students reading, talking about what they're reading, and doing some writing about what they're reading in every classroom, because we believe that all of our students are good readers and can improve upon that, because all of our teachers are literacy teachers. Our work started out with professional development and focusing on vocabulary repeatedly in our professional development sessions, continually coming back to that and helping teachers find ways to teach vocabulary to students. We created language-rich classrooms. And like I mentioned earlier, we believe literacy across the contents is very important. We introduced specific strategies for students to use in classrooms, including rethink, talk, write, jigsaws, say it with me, read it with me, rank, talk, write, any ways to engage students in discussion about what they're reading, what they're doing in class. We found it was very necessary and important for our teachers to be able to do peer observations of one another and see what they're doing in each other's classroom, because I can go into their classroom and give feedback, Dr. Roberts can go in, but it really means a lot when their PLC partner or the teacher down the hallway is coming into their classroom and giving some constructive feedback and what's going well in their classroom. So we have done that a few times throughout the school year, as well as doing GLEAM walks. from the very beginning of the year, we also focused on prioritizing teacher planning time, because if we want strategies to be put in place and implemented, if we want reading to be happening in the classroom, we know that teachers need to be able to plan for it. And so that planning happened with support from our instructional leadership team, and our instructional leadership team continues to help support teachers in that planning process. A few other things that we've done that I'm very proud of is we piloted the LIFT curriculum for our foundational skills in literacy for our ELL students. And we're also experimenting, and I want to stress experimenting with our instructional coaches, providing reading intervention for students using 95% group curriculum. We're looking to expand this, but we have some work to do on that yet. So that's just a little bit about what's happening at Harding.
I also want to feature an elementary school and a middle school, specifically around their work in Guardrail 1, but it will also, as you're listening, align to Goal 2 as well. We have the Brewbaker principal here, and Jamie O'Brien, one of our coordinators that support that school. Brewbaker team has worked diligently over the past 2 years to ensure a guaranteed and viable curriculum for all students. Her team have put actions in place that have increased outcomes for all students, but especially those in ELO programming. They exited 10% of their students in ELO programming based on the ELPA 21 assessment, and that's, double digits is quite a feat. And that 10% from last year is up from 3.5% the year before. So they're quite an increase in the number of students that they exited from ELO programming. They also showed growth in 68.35% of their students showed growth on ELPA 21 in one or more of the domains, which is one of the things that the state assesses for the report card. So I'm going to let Ashley and Jamie tell you a little bit about what they've been doing at Brewbaker.
All right. Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about the great things that have been happening at Brewbaker over the last 2 years. First, I want to share that our growth is directly related to the hard work of the teachers and all of the staff at Brewbaker. Everyone really works together to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support our students. I think it's important that you know that it's everyone really working collectively together. Teachers set high expectations for grade level learning, and they've worked hard to create language-rich environments for our students. We make sure we're following the LEAP plan, which is the district service model for supporting our multilingual learners. We continue to ensure that our multilingual learners are fully integrated into their classrooms, so that they have the same opportunities as every other student. Another factor that's led to our increased achievement for our multilingual learners is our frequent use of student data. So as grade level teams, we meet monthly to examine their fast progress monitoring, and we talk about who's making what type of growth and what can teachers do in order to help support all of our students continuing to grow. Additionally, our teachers implement our high quality EL curriculum with fidelity. This has been something that they've worked so hard on, and I'm so incredibly proud of our staff for all of the hard work that they've put in to really implementing the EL curriculum. So I have Jamie O'Brien here. She is our curriculum coordinator, and she's going to share about our CLC process. She's been instrumental in our work that we have done in supporting our teams. So she's going to share about that. Okay.
Can you just help us with the acronyms too, for
Yes.
who don't understand all the acronyms?
Absolutely. So let me look back and see. So ML would be the multilingual learners. I'm just kind of looking back here. A CLC would be like a PLC. So it's a community of teachers that come together to meet weekly for planning and looking at data and helping move students forward. So is that, I'll try and catch any. Oh, LEAP. That is also the language, the model that Des Moines uses to guide us in providing appropriate services for our ML students. So thank you for asking. I think we are very acronym heavy always. So that's really good. So anyway, so Jamie O'Brien. Our classroom teachers at Brewbaker collaborate with our ELL teachers by participating in the weekly CLCs with grade levels that they support. So just kind of not going to all of them, but depending on which grades they work with. As part of the GLEAM planning process, we focus on ensuring access to grade level learning and providing scaffolds when needed. So our ML students have what they need to engage with the grade level standards. So just really being proactive in providing them with the tools they may need to access grade level standards and expectations if that's something that is, it might be a little bit challenging at times due to language. As part of the process, the ELL teachers pre-read upcoming lessons and prepare materials to scaffold the grade level work. They also highlight components of the daily lessons where ML students may need additional supports. Each team focuses on integrating language strategies and ensuring all students have opportunities to read, write, speak, and listen throughout the daily instruction. And to conclude, our ML students enrich our classroom communities at Brewbaker. At Brewbaker, our goal is for our ML students to find success through grade level work as active participants alongside their classmates. Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, we want to highlight the work that Hyatt Middle School is doing. The Hyatt leadership team has had an intentional focus on improving the experience for their students in ELL programming and all their multilingual learners for a number of years. For the past 3 years, Hyatt has steadily increased the percentage of students exiting from ELL programming as determined by the ELPA 21 testing. Last year, they exited over 9% of their students that qualified for this programming, and they had 52.9% of students in ELL programming show growth in one or more areas of ELPA 21. I'd like to introduce Oscar Cardenas. He's here to tell you part of the story of Hyatt and how they're focusing their efforts.
Forward, language proficiency assessment.
Yeah, so it's a yearly exam that our ELL identified students will take. So just some quick context about Hyatt. We have 188 MLL students. That represents about 38% of our student population. Within that population is a variety of language proficiencies. So we have 17 students that are identified as early intermediate. So they've been in the country about one to 2 years. We have 46 students that are beginners, newcomers, around a year or less in the country, and then 125 students that have been in the country maybe 2 or 3 years or more. Students that we term as long-term ELs that have been ELLs identified and haven't been able to exit the program yet. Of our ELL students, 44 of those, or 23%, are dual identified in ELL and special ed. And then at this point, we don't have any students, MLL students, identified for our ALP or advanced learning programs. In the past 6 years at Hyatt, we've increased the number of MLL experts in our building and refined our programming, so we're able to support MLL students at their proficiency level. Those proficiency levels that I just described there a little bit. We have an amazing MLL staff, like a core staff, MLL funded staff, Ms. Camacho, Ms. Young, Ms. Pate, Ms. O'Brien, and 2 MLL associates. So ELA, and also a co-taught class in social studies. For our sixth graders, it's kind of the same thing. If you're an intermediate sixth grader, you can have a global studies course with a dual endorsed teacher, and then have MLL associates supporting you in math and science too. So the MLL associates work all grade levels and are able to support our most needy language learners. And as far as scheduling, because of our offerings, we're very intentional about providing services that meet the needs of our students. Our MLL team and our feeder teams do a wonderful job of making recommendations and letting us know the needs of our students. And so we look at each child individually to ensure that we're providing the most appropriate support for them, not over scaffolding, not providing too much support, providing just the right supports that they need for themselves. And we've embraced the right service for each student and supporting students in the classroom where they have access to our high quality curriculums instead of a pull out model. We really embrace getting kids into the classroom with the right services and supports. And then we just encourage DMPS to continue any kind of partnerships that we can to develop more teachers that are dual endorsed as well. Thank you.
Thank you for indulging us. I think it's important to kind of see how the words on the paper play out in the school. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Board colleagues, just a technical reminder that to mute and unmute. So when you want to talk, unmute. The phenomenal team back there is muting if you forget to mute, but always remember to unmute when you need to talk. With that, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Martirano to frame the next steps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board colleagues, I'd like to bring your attention, of course, to goal monitoring report 2, the percentage of Black and Latinx 8th grade students scoring proficient or advanced on the ISASP ELA assessment will increase from 38.5% in spring of 2023 to 55% in spring of 2027. We have 3 interim goals that are being monitored this evening, and this overall goal, what I am seeing is that we have had insufficient movement towards this target. So board colleagues, I will open the floor to you to ask questions around better understanding of our current state of this goal. I know that we've gotten a presentation on what's happening in some of our buildings, but to get a better understanding of current state, how did we get to where we're at? I open the floor.
Okay, I can start. Did I do it right? I'm new to the board table. Okay. Okay, awesome. Okay, so Dr. Roberts, on goal 2, on 2A, 2B, and 2C, so all 3 of our interim goals, we've seen in both 2024 and 2025 a noticeable dip between fall and winter, but that pattern was not present in the 2023 data for all 3 of these interim goals. And so I'm interested to what you attribute this fall to winter achievement dip to that we did not see in 2023. I will mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Knox. And so just a point of clarification, you referenced that we did not see a dip in 2023. We were not monitoring yet in the interim for interim goals 2B and seeing 23. But I think the most important point there is actual. Okay, yeah, we actually started monitoring by having and establishing the actual and targets. in the spring of 2024. And once we started, you're absolutely correct, the observation that you've made, and that is we have seen a dip. In really working and speaking with the team, they've attributed a number of factors. The ones that I want to highlight, and we've shared some of that in our column around what is not going well. We've had some inconsistencies just with how we were providing tier 1 instruction as well as interventions, right? Both tiers 2 and 3 intervention to students in middle schools. Additionally, the conversations that we've had is we are probably now in, I think, the second or going into the third year of implementation of our curriculum with fidelity, but where we still have some areas of growth includes how our teachers have internalized the curriculum and how we're implementing it with fidelity.
This is very awkward because one has to mute and one has gone. Sorry, I'm just catching
If
up.
you want to just focus on turning your microphone on and then they'll focus on muting you. How about that?
Just leave it on my computer. Okay. My question, I think you talked about curriculum. Is the same for our elementary school curriculum? Because we're seeing the same dip with our 5th grade reading scores from fall to winter. So are we thinking we're having challenges? Are we implementing new curriculum all the way from middle school and elementary school and having the same?
That's excellent.
Yeah.
No, we're not. So yeah, we're implementing curriculums EL and IM.
Mhm.
However, our elementary school had a much longer runway around implementation. It is my understanding with our middle schools, we did not have consistency across the board with each of our 10 middle schools. We're implementing the curriculum in the same manner. We did not yet, 2 or 3 years ago, we did not necessarily establish our GLEAM framework, the calibrated the instructional rounds that were aligned, that had all of our school leaders, teachers, curriculum coordinators calibrating on, for example, the breakdown of GLEAM. So we're not able to see consistency with regards to how we were defining, looking at, and observing what grade level instruction looks like. So elementary school, I think we've had about 7 years of the curriculum adoption and implementation. Middle school, much later.
So then I'm curious. So if we've had 7 years of the same curriculum, to what do you attribute the decline from fall to winter for our 5th graders if they've had 7 years of elementary school curriculum?
I think that's a single data point, and I appreciate you pointing that out. There are going to be ebbs and flows in how students are performing and any assessment, how students are performing overall. So I certainly want to applaud the fact that we need to look at what were we doing during the time when we saw students increasing as they're moving towards proficiency with actual versus target. Whenever we see a dip, I think it's important for the team to come back, revisit where we are, examine our data, including both formative and summative assessments, and then come up with a really solid reteach model. And that is happening right now as we think about what is happening in our professional learning communities, our collaborative learning communities, where we're seeing a collaborative effort between not only teachers, but interventionists, curriculum coordinators, and school leaders. So yes, there's a dip. We are acknowledging that there is a dip, and we have to make sure that we are unpacking the data to determine what is the cause of those gaps. I appreciate that question. Absolutely.
May I just ask a clarifying question? So the dip is 2 years in a row though, right? So it was I want to make sure I'm reading this accurately. The dip was in 2024 fall winter, 2025 fall winter. Correct, Ms. Knox and Ms. Margrano?
Yes, board colleagues, I would just like to ask for you to reference the page number if possible, or I don't know that there's page numbers on this report.
Page 2B.
Yeah, so for those of us following along, we know exactly what page we're looking at. Thank you.
So Dr. Roberts, I just want to clarify that. So the dip has been 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Unmute. Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Are you done, John? I have a question. Are you done? Dr. Roberts, my question is more general. This is not associated with the page specifically, but trying to better understand the shared identities of Black and Latinx 8th graders and students on IEPs. And I apologize, I did not send that ahead of time. I'm not looking for a specific number, but is there a connection and an overlap between those populations? And I'm asking because I did see in I'll ask it later on, but one of the recommendations is focused on students with IEPs specifically. So just trying to understand the connection between Black Latinx 8th graders and students with IEPs.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mirbury Mays. And the one connection that I'll make here, and we certainly haven't highlighted it, is each of those three groups that you reference are considered historically marginalized. And as a result of that, we are committed to certainly ensuring there's resource reallocation, and that resource reallocation to make sure that we are providing them with an instructional model that meets their needs is in GLEAM, right? The last three letters in the acronym to make sure we are delivering engaging, affirming, and meaningful instruction and pedagogy that is culturally responsive, we believe will move the needle significantly for our students. As of right now, we are in year 2 of the implementation of GLEAM. And I certainly always want to bring back to our audience and community that while we are not pleased with the current performance, we are excited about two things. One, we are now really strongly calibrated around the instructional practice that we're not necessarily meeting the needs of those students in terms of highlighting and elevating their cultural and lived experiences. The second is, we certainly want to harken back to implementation science, not to make this sound as if it's an excuse, but with implementation science, we know that it takes between 3 to 5 years. And I know there's a sense of urgency in all of our parts. We have teachers and leaders who are losing sleep, and so am I. But we're getting some traction. But I really appreciate the highlight that, one, not only through the question, but it's clear that something is not working for many of our students, although we are able to celebrate some of the growth we have. The last thing I'll share is this. Your highlight of our students with IEPs. I think the district is hovering just about 15% of our students with disabilities. And I'm the first to admit that we are right now going back to the drawing board to think about our service delivery model for students with IEPs and 504 plans as identified by IDEA, and recognize that we have to become much stronger, more intentional, and make sure that our model around meeting the needs of students with disabilities in a more robust way.
Thank you. And it's certainly a subjective question, but would you say that a lot of the Black and Latinx students are on IEPs?
No, I would not say that at all.
Okay.
There are two things, and if you indulge me, I want to respond in two ways. One, we are going to unpack that data and certainly make sure we bring it to the board's attention in terms of what percentage of our students who are on IEPs or have 504 plans are also identifying in our student information system as Black or Latinx. I think that's an important data point for us to be able to look at. But I'm always sort of wary when I think about students who are Black and Latinx who also have IEPs, because there are so many opportunities for them to be misdiagnosed. And we've seen that over and over again. Case in point, we know that whether it's in the one public schools or across the country, students, because of behavioral challenges or behavioral dispositions, I'll say, are often evaluated very quickly, and they end up with IEPs or 504 plans. And that disproportionately impacts Black and Latinx students, students with language barriers, right, who may be intellectually gifted in some areas, but because they're not in literacy, we also tend to see an over a misdiagnosis. Not saying that's necessarily a reality, but it happens across the board when it comes to students with IEPs. But I'll certainly get that data in terms of its breakdown for the board.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, Dr. Roberts. In the past, at previous monitoring conversations or during previous monitoring conversations, I do recall Dr. Lundeen identifying and recognizing an over-identification of our students who are Black and Latinx and also have IEPs. So hope that we can dig into that a little bit further.
And just on that point though, Dr. Roberts, so to be super clear, what are we doing to address the over-identification? Like what specifically are we doing to address that?
Well, the evaluation process for students with IEPs, it's thorough, right? You have the student support services team. You have the principals are involved. You have parents oftentimes will make the request or work collaboratively with schools. What are we doing to ensure that there's no over-identification? It's it's an ongoing process, right? One thing that I know that the team is working on is to make sure that it's not the first sort of decision point we make when a student is either underperforming or has sort of a disposition where they have some behavioral sort of challenges. Those are sort of certainly two of the most important steps for us to make.
Can I ask it, like, if I, to be literal, like, if there were 100 students already identified, let's say on IEPs or 504s,
Yes.
how are they evaluated or reevaluated on some type of regular basis with the goal of them potentially coming off if they are, if they had been misidentified?
So two responses by law, and this is federal law, public law 94142. Every single student who has an IEP must be evaluated at least once annually. Additionally, the parent of a student or a student's advocate can also make a request for a student to be evaluated during the period of that annual evaluation. Special education, the last thing I'll share is this. In the world of special education, we often say that special education, it's a service, it's not a place. Essentially, we're saying that a student who is given or assigned an IEP or a 504 plan is only assigned that documented designation because we intend to make sure that we're providing the student, I'm using more acronyms, with free appropriate public education I'm getting technical, in the least restrictive environment that really supports the student based on their needs. And one of the key measures, and we've talked about this at length, for us to determine whether or not we're making progress on moving the needle around students with IEPs or 504 plan is, are students exiting this designation? Because what we have found is students sometimes who are through the evaluation process assigned an IEP in first or second grade, in many instances, and way too many, they end up graduating from high school, still haven't had the IEP. One of the most important measures for us to determine whether or not a school or school system is achieving success is if we can exit X number of students from their IEP because they've demonstrated that they've achieved the IEP goals. And in most instances, the IEP goals are usually for literacy or math in terms of the academic goal.
So Dr. Roberts, I'm not seeing it in this report specifically that we are in fact, and I know that, again, I think during that same conversation, Dr. Lundeen mentioned that we were going to do an evaluation of our students who have been over-identified. Are you comfortable with me adding this item as an action item moving forward, that we as a board will hear results of that evaluation of our students who have been over-identified, and what action outside of the annual state and federal requirements for students with IEPs, that we will receive some sort of report of what actions being taken to address that?
Not only am I comfortable, I'm inspired by the board's willingness to just push our thinking and challenges here to make sure that we are truly committed to meeting the needs of what some may characterize as the most marginalized, or at least serve to support it amongst us. So yes.
Thank you so much. Regarding item 2, interim goal 2C, which is our 5th grade students, it shows that we have insufficient movement towards our target on this particular item. Do you have, or could you help explain what you and your team found are the root causes across the 5th and 6th grades that are really impeding the progress for these students meeting this particular proficiency level?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Maranda. A couple of things that the team certainly shared with me. And one is students, when they transition from grade 5 to 6, they experience a little bit of a culture shock. And that culture shock is anchored in the fact that in elementary school, students were exposed and spent an inordinate amount of time with probably 2 teachers, versus when they pivot and they get to the 6th grade, and now not only is there more movement, but students have additional teachers that they now have to get used to or become comfortable with. Additionally, as a district, the team and I, we are certainly acknowledging that we have not necessarily prepared students by providing them with a robust transition plan that is academically sound between grades 5 and 6. I'll also share, and I have to go back to the report to see if we have this in there as an action, and if we do not, we should add it. But we've had a lot of conversations about ensuring that there is more intentionality around vertical alignment and vertical planning between our teachers who are teaching 5th graders and those who are teaching 6th graders. And one of the primary reasons for that is we want to create an opportunity, either in a professional learning community, in a PLC or CLC, for teachers of students in the 5th grade to have a sense of what students should be able to know and do in order for them to be successful in 6th grade level. And so conversely, we want to make sure that our 6th grade teachers understand what students were exposed to, where they've demonstrated mastery, what are their learning gaps or areas of growth when they're coming from the 5th grade. Because of that observation, and the board will see that we have actually rolled out a pilot to ensure that we are keeping students for 1 additional year in elementary school to not only minimize their movement and transition, but to ensure that they are going to benefit from 1 additional year of that supportive, nurturing system that will likely better prepare them for when they get to the middle school level.
May I clarify? So the pilot is the one that's currently in place, Dr. Roberts?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And next year, because our school leaders and teachers also are aligned with this thinking and the vision we have, many of them have raised their hands and said, look, we would like to be able to do the same thing. And so next year we will have 4 additional elementary schools who are piloting, keeping students for 1 additional year in elementary school. One celebratory point that is not in the report, in one of our elementary schools, because of course we want to give parents choice and certainly agency around whether or not they want their child to go with excitement to that middle school experience or to stay 1 additional year. In one of our schools, we have a single 5th grader who has decided to go to middle school.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts, earlier we heard from our leader from Hyatt Middle School, as well as other buildings, and we heard about a 6-year progression of increasing our multilingual language experts in that building. And my question is, what is Hyatt doing, or what barriers are there in taking the model that Hyatt is currently using and using that across the district, as well as what tough decisions did Hyatt have to make in order to increase these multilingual language experts in that building? When we hear about additional associates, additional endorsed staff, I'm guessing that there had to be some tough decisions made around other staff. So what did they give up in order to make that happen to where we're hearing about that success?
Thank you. It's an excellent question. I'll put Joe Green in the spot in a minute, or Oscar. But what I'll say is I really applaud that team and others around the district who are investing in ensuring that their teachers are all receiving that endorsement. Right. I know that we have, for example, a program and a partnership with Drake University where we are encouraging a lot of our teachers as well to ensure that they too are receiving the endorsement, because receiving the endorsement is not necessarily just a value add to the resume, but it provides our teachers, even those teachers who did not necessarily attend school to become multi-language learning teachers or ELL teachers, with the skills and the capacity in order for them to better provide support and services to our ELL students.
Thank you. Board members we haven't heard from yet.
Dr. Roberts, can you talk about on page 4, you talked, sorry.
I want to thank you.
Yeah.
So we have one of our dynamic principals in the room who's going to provide a little bit of insight. You call his school out. So
I don't know that it's a matter of what we gave up to get to that point, as much as how intentional we were with our work to really seek that out for our students and for the staff to get those endorsements. The support that we've had from our curriculum team and from human resources, and being able to offer different contracts for teachers and to be able to get that endorsement, to be able to help support them with the funding to be able to get that endorsement and those credits, along with the partnerships with Drake University and other colleges, I think has been an extraordinary lift for our teachers that feel like they don't have to take on the financial burden, but also then have a cohort of colleagues that they're able to do that study and do that work with. And it's also a matter of being intentional with our focus as a building, and that the work doesn't just lie with someone who has an endorsement for our English language learners. It lies with the work of all of us. And so having more people that are endorsed just means that we speed up the time process of being able to, when we are in a situation where we're able to collaborate, share ideas, and share strategies and things that are going on, that we're able then to do that quicker than if we had fewer people to be able to do this. So the collaboration certainly brings that dynamic in, because you have some people that have some more opportunities and specific training towards meeting those needs, and that's really lifted our whole building, where we don't feel like they're one teacher or a couple of teachers' responsibilities. They're all our responsibilities. We all need to increase our knowledge base. And so even though we have teachers who aren't dual endorsed, they still greatly benefit from the teachers that are dual endorsed and the focus that we do through our professional development to meet those needs. I hope that answers.
Yes, one follow-up. I appreciate you elaborating on that. Is it an accurate statement to say that you did not increase FTEs then in your building to accommodate this? You've taken existing staff and they have gone and you've facilitated those endorsements from
With the district.
or the district.
I think from our core, not from our core FTEs. And so with the support, with the having 40% of our students that are multilingual learners, we do have a fund of FTEs, but as Oscar spoke to, even with our associates, as we talk with our students and talk with our staff and see like where do you need the most support, where are you benefiting the most, where you need the most support, what's working and what's not. A lot of things came to light, and so we do have staff that is funded by that, but where we decided to pivot when we talk about our ELL associates is the idea that we have a lot of newcomers that do speak Spanish, that are very smart, but it's having to manage the language and also math concepts and vocabulary and translate that in and out of your brain and getting everything can sometimes be cumbersome. And so investing instead of necessarily a teacher, but an associate who can help with bridge that language barrier so that they can keep on track with the work that they're learning and that language isn't as much of a burden for them, I think it's greatly helped our students feel more confident in the work that they're doing in those classrooms and feel like there's also more of a connection to the adults that we're adjusting and then also helping them along the way as they become more accustomed with language acquisition to bridging that so that they can still be successful.
Thank you.
If I could just ask a follow-up on that. Dr. Roberts, if it's been identified as a successful strategy in one building, the ELL associate, I hope I'm using the right terminology, is there some uniformity in the decentralized model, some non-negotiables as building leaders do their staffing?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, in the last 2 years, we've made a significant shift and pivot in a number of areas. One, we have a new director of our middle schools who, in partnership with her team, they're doing a phenomenal job. I have to say, while I cannot necessarily speak to some extent, I can, what was happening prior to the last 2 years in terms of the professional learning community amongst our middle school principals. They were certainly individuals who they had a spirit of collaboration throughout. But what I've seen now more than ever, our middle school principals are aligned around the importance of replicating some of the best practices or the practices that are working. And so while we are highlighting Hyatt and Hardin, you're going to see this happening in many of our middle schools. The extent to which it's happening, varies. But I really appreciate the question because, again, our commitment, because when I come to the board monitoring meeting twice a month, it's not necessarily about a single school. It's how we're moving the needle systemically for all of our students. And so
I like that answer, and I have a follow-up.
Yes.
So just so, because actually, if you teach me, there's the ELL endorsement, but that is something typically that a teacher would acquire as opposed to an ELL associate who may be a native Spanish speaker.
That is two different things, yes.
Okay.
The teacher is a certified teacher who may have their certification in something that is not necessarily ELL, but the ELL endorsement better prepares the teacher to provide services to students who are identified as ELL. An ELL associate is a classified position. And there is tremendous value because you ask whether or not an ELL associate who is a native Spanish speaker, they add tremendous value and work in partnership with our English language learning teachers and all of our teachers in buildings.
And so if that is an effective identified strategy, do we have, I'm trying to figure out if I should be asking, do we have sufficient teachers with the endorsement or sufficient ELL associates in each classroom?
The answer is no and no. However, the light at the end of the tunnel is similar to what Principal Bree mentioned and Principal Smith. We are committed to investing in all of our teachers who so choose to ensure that they're getting the endorsement. Additionally, when I think about our native Spanish speakers who are at associates, given the work we're doing with our talented personnel team to have partnerships with our colleges and universities, we're looking at creating a pipeline where those at associates will actually move towards becoming certified teachers. Is that helpful?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Board Member Dix.
On page 4, the topic of scheduling seems to be a barrier in middle schools, especially. Can you help us understand what are the barriers to scheduling? Is it just there are not enough minutes in the day? What are the barriers to scheduling, and how are we addressing those barriers in order to provide the instructional time needed, the focus time needed to get further toward our goals?
Yeah, thank you so much, Board Member. It's twofold, and this certainly is not an exhaustive list. One, there is some inconsistency with, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, with how our middle school schedules have been set up for the last several years. And so there's some differences. So while some middle schools may have an opportunity to have, for example, advisory periods, others do not. And then certainly the second one, and you reference this, is the number of minutes in a day. Right. So, but what I'm seeing, one of the pivots we've made is, for example, you're going to see some consistency with, for example, I think at the beginning of the day, where there's an advisory, and at the end of the day, or vice versa, where our middle schools are looking at some, and this speaks not only to this goal, but also to the Guardrail one around where we're looking at consistency with how we are setting up the day for our middle schools. But it's timing. I think one of the things that the team talked about, and I can go to my notes, is we have to be more intentional about how we're dividing the time and how we're committing our multi-tiered support systems to specific time during the day to provide students with tier 2 and 3 intervention.
So we're saying that the advisory time is a proven strategy that we want to get consistent across, that really is a valuable piece of cushion in the schedule. If you will, help me understand what the advisory period does for us, and then if it's good, are we going to implement it across the district? I
don't have the details about exactly what happens in every advisory. I can certainly call on one member of the team. But I think what's more important as we think about goal 2 is finding time during the day to make sure that students who need and can benefit from tier 2 and 3 intervention are actually receiving that. I think one thing that was shared in some instances, students in some of our middle schools only had, I think, 35 minutes a day. That is insufficient. But I know that the middle school team is now working collaboratively with our principals to increase that number.
So that is the goal across, to get that time across
for school year 25-26.
Okay.
And I'm happy to call on Kelly to come and confirm or correct what I shared. I want to make sure that the board is receiving the appropriate amount of information or accurate information.
Can you repeat?
How are we utilizing the time during the day with our middle schools for interventions?
Right. I think one of the barriers is when we say the schedule is there's not a designated time right now in middle school for intervention or maintenance or an enrichment time, like elementary have built into their schedule. So schools have been very creative in how they've addressed that and used some of their advisory time and other ways that we've tried to address having some of that time. But I want to go back to to some of the scheduling in middle school that Dr. Roberts spoke about, how it was really inconsistent in past years. And we'd have some schools that might have 35 minutes for language arts and some schools not, right? So I know you've heard at the board table a couple of years ago where we really did a universal schedule. So we had 60 minutes for ELA, we had 60 minutes for math, and 60 minutes for science, 60 minutes for social studies. Well, that then, because of our time constraint of start and end time, takes away time to have that intervention time. So we lost that time to gain more core instruction, because our data would support that core instruction is really what we need to still be working on now. What we have done to address this won't happen this year. We've tried to address it with individual schools and support them in ways that they could offer that through some during their advisory time and then other periods of the day. But next year, we're starting with our 6th grade model. We started working on this back in September. So 6th grade will look very different for all 6th graders across the district next year, not just the ones that will be in the elementary schools. And so we worked with a team of principals, worked with the middle school principals, team some elementary folks, my partner, Allison, and the director in elementary, and we designed a schedule that would allow us to have a true advisory time, morning meeting, whatever that school wants to call it, so that we can really work on that transition. Dr. Roberts talked about that earlier, like really addressing this transition from being with one teacher every day to being in a middle school environment. So we want all schools to be able to use that for SEL, for transition work, for executive functioning, that type of thing. And then we created a time for 6th grade next year, which at the district level we're calling it high time innovation, maintenance, and enrichment. Schools may call it different, like Merrill calls it Mustang minutes. But that will be a time where we can really work with 6th grade to address, because we'll have a designated time. So we're working at the district level to have framework, interventions, working with the ALP to have interventions on that side for students who need enrichment. And then we want to start planning now. I was just talking to Joe about that. Like, we've got to start planning in May what 7th and 8th grade will look like the following year. So really changing that experience for 6th grade, get a model going with the schedule, and then working with how are we going to change the experience for 7th and 8th grade so we have those minutes built in. But the time is a constraint. Our start time and end time, you got to get lunches in and all those things. So the schedule is something that we're constantly working with to make sure that we're giving equitable and enough time for certain subject areas. We want to also have extended core opportunities. We want to add more of those, which can also become a scheduling issue. So we are working on that and hope to be able to tell you more about that in the late spring, summer, and then through next year, how 7th and 8th grade will look different.
Thank you, Kelly.
What evidence do we have that IME time is going to really close the gaps that we're seeing? Are we using the 5th grade skills block as a model or as evidence that this is going to work in 2026?
The 5th grade, I believe, it's all block. There's more of a focus as opposed to skills block, right? The skills block, the early grades, but yes, the IME model is really intended to make sure that we are providing students with the supplemental interventions. Again, we would admit, everyone in the district's leadership team will admit that we do not intend to intervene our way towards proficiency. We want to make sure we're using intervention, and we have a really strong and continuously improving multi-tiered support system. We have to get better at core instruction. We have to improve around core instruction, and the process we have in place right now in the system will get us to that place where teachers, for example, are having an increased exposure to professional development, monthly professional development with our interventionists, with our curriculum coordinators, and our district leaders.
That actually leads to my next question, and this is sort of through the report. And I think in a lot of our monitoring reports, for me, the resources look very professional development heavy. Can you just talk about, as a philosophy, why you believe that professional development, you say often, we just have to get better in the classroom. Our teachers are great, and everybody says that all the time. Sure. But why is this professional development? Why do you believe this is a strategy that is going to make the biggest difference? Because it feels like a lot of the resources we're putting toward getting better are about professional development. And I want to make the delineation between that doesn't mean our teachers are not proficient.
Sure.
It means that we're asking them to do something else. Can you just talk about that sort of philosophically a little bit for us?
Yeah, thank you for that. So philosophically, even master teachers will tell you that they too can benefit from professional development. I think the shift or pivot that we are making in the Multilingual schools is that our professional development menu of options is not one that is just generalized, where every single teacher based on our collective bargaining unit will attend one professional development a month where they all sit in the same room. Our professional development, the scope and sequence that we have prepared and continuously evolving is targeted and differentiated to meet the needs of every single teacher based on who and what and how they're teaching. A part of that professional development sort of menu of options or scope and sequence that I'm referencing is one where there is sort of almost real-time coaching, right? And that's a model that has had proven success. And what it includes is a cycle of observations, analysis of data, reteaching, and your teachers are continuously being exposed to that cycle. So the professional development is not singularly an instance where a teacher goes and sits and gets, where they sit for an hour or two in front of someone who's an expert. But what I'm also characterizing as targeted and differentiated professional development is where our interventionists, our curriculum coordinators, our team that conducts GLEAM inventories. We are observing teachers, providing them with targeted and differentiated and bite-sized feedback in a manner that is intended to improve their instructional practices. And I know, and I'll admit that I know the board has also pushed us on the fact that some of our teachers are saying that they are being observed and not necessarily getting the timely feedback. The team is aware of that, and we will continue to get better at that. But I would say, lastly, we have to continue to invest in building capacity in all of our individuals who are connected to the instructional core, teachers and leaders.
Miss Alonso, Miss Campos.
Yeah.
Is it unmuted?
It's unmuted.
Do I unmute?
No.
Lista?
Mhm.
Dr. Roberts, would you compare page 1? To what do you attribute the decrease from fall 25 to winter 25?
Thank you.
Or the dip, as Ms. Knox would say.
Curriculum implementation, the internalization and implementation with fidelity. We are continuously tweaking that. I think the team is also still in a place of analyzing not just the data, but observing, looking at all of the practices that probably can get better and can improve. I'll also attribute the dip to the fact that because if we unpack our English language learners and why they are real areas of growth, we have not been as a district committed to a culturally responsive framework or culturally responsive set of pedagogical strategies and practices. And that's what GLEAM is intended to do. Again, we are in year 2 of the full implementation of GLEAM. So it is our hope is not a strategy, so I'm not going to use hope, but it is our goal to make sure that we can see some of the return in that investment with our implementation of our GLEAM framework. I'm sure that there are some additional reasons to which our instructional team will attribute the dip, and I'm happy to get a little bit of an exhaustive list from them to bring to the board. But at this time, those are the 2 that comes to mind for me, right? Curriculum, pedagogical strategies that are culturally responsive to meet the needs of our multi-language learners or English language learners, or internalization and really strong implementation of the curriculum.
Kind of talking on GLEAM, I've been on not as many as I wanted to, but I've been to one GLEAM walk in elementary school, and I know you have scheduled some for middle school. My schedule hasn't worked out that I've been able to join those, but going through the ones that you've done in elementary school, what differs from those GLEAM walks to the middle school GLEAM walks? Is it the same strategies going in with your staff? And then how does that work in middle schools when you have multi classes and then also bringing in the English or the ELL
Sure.
staff?
Yes, thank you for that. That's an excellent question. It should be identical. GLEAM is a framework. And so when we think about GLEAM as a framework that is really embedded in our strategy, as I think about our strategic plan, the tactical work is where we're seeing implementation. So what we should see, one of the primary sort of desired outcomes from those GLEAM inventories is so that we can calibrate, we being every single teacher, interventionist, curriculum coordinator, and leader, should calibrate on what the GL and GLEAM grade level instruction, they should calibrate on what grade level instruction looks like. So grade level instruction in grades 1 through 8 should be the same in terms of expectations in every single classroom in each one of our schools. You pointed this out now, it just is a really humbling reminder that we are not 100% calibrated yet. I think you'll even see in here where our team has pointed out that I think about maybe 85 or 90% of our classrooms will show that we are implementing GLEAM with some fidelity, and we're still not characterizing that as a win. It's not until we get to 100% that we'll be satisfied that we are rowing in the right direction, same direction.
I actually have a question about that. So I think in the report on page 5, you said 80% of middle school use the GLEAM tool consistently.
Yeah.
And I'm not a statistical expert or anything, so I don't know what percentage when it comes to curriculum implementation or framework in the educational setting would sort of lead to critical mass change. You said the goal is 100%. Do you think that's realistic to have 100% of our teachers be implementing GLEAM with fidelity, just knowing that we have new teachers every year and change?
Yeah.
And if so, when do you anticipate reaching 100% of GLEAM framework implementation with fidelity?
Yes, I believe it's realistic to have 100% of our teachers implementing their instructional practices, particularly as I think about the GL, right? Understanding what grade level instruction looks like, understanding what grade level instruction should look like versus actually implementing what it is, that's where it's really nuanced and that's different. When should we expect to see?
Or when do you
100%?
anticipate?
You know,
based on what you see.
So what first, I'm glad that you pointed out one of the variables that will impact that, and that is teacher turnover. Right. On average, we hire, I think, somewhere between 250 to 300 new teachers each year. And so we're always going to be in a place where we're training, preparing, and developing teachers to adopt the processes, structures, and systems we have in place. But I believe that the district leadership team that we currently have in place, they are committed to ensuring that we really move the needle around our practices and support of our teachers. I will continue to have this ambitious goal around the implementation of this framework at 100%. Being at 80% right now, with only year 2 of implementation, it's commendable. I should take the team out for ice cream, but I'm on my health journey right now, so I'm not going to do that. But on a serious, 80% in 2 years, I have to commend our teachers and our school leaders.
And so by when do you anticipate feeling like we're at full operation?
Because I'm anchoring, thank you for that. I'm anchoring sort of how I'm viewing this in the tenets of implementation science. I believe that by the end of the 3rd year, we should move the needle steadily and get much closer to 100%.
Thank you.
So board members, I think my role or Ms. Martirano's role, as we wind this part of the conversation down, is to ask good questions. Ms. Martirano, or do you have me? Go ahead. Okay. So the first question is, are we on track? This is a yes or no question.
Oh, I wasn't done.
Oh, okay. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Ms. Knox.
Is everyone done with their questions? Okay. Are we done? For time's sake, are we done?
No, we can. This is really important.
Oh, okay. I just have one more question as it relates to the page 6, what is not going well. And there were multiple full FTEs that were listed. That means full-time employees, Patrick. Yes, I got you. That's what I know. And there were multiple full-time employees that were listed that are barriers to allowing us to really fully provide that sixth grade experience that we're hoping to provide to help our students meet the benchmark goals. And so there was a full-time employee around to do some of our extended core experiences, around having a literacy specialist for each school, and around our special education teachers. And so I'm curious to know if we should expect to see these positions in the budget.
Thank you, Board Member Knox. And so based on the team's observation and the
Was that in the budget request that we got? I apologize if that was under goal 2 in the budget presentation.
I don't believe that it was, but it was not. So when we come back to the board, we certainly will either come with that recommendation. Again, understandably in a resource constrained environment, but also recognizing that the team's recommendation is that in order for us to truly move the needle, we need one literacy specialist in each of our middle schools. And so something we'll come to the board with.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, Ms. Knox, because I think we are resource constrained,
yes,
and we're going to have to start making some choices,
yes,
right?
Yes,
really hard
sure.
choices. And so if our theory of change is that it's all about literacy, then I know for me, and I can only speak for myself, I actually hate to ask for it, but I would like to see a budget that actually fully staffs our ability to accomplish the goal. And that you clearly lay out the really awful, messy choices that we have to make.
Sure.
So, because I think we're always going to be in a resource constrained environment, and it's hard to understand. This is our goal, and we say this is the strategy, whether it's ELL associates or literacy specialists in each campus. If we did it, what do we have to not do so we can have that conversation?
Noted, Madam Chair, certainly.
There's one comment. So just a final comment, not a question about it, but for the report, one thing that will be particularly helpful for me, maybe with the report going forward, or going forward, would be kind of a disaggregation of, I feel like we're synonymously using Black, Latinx, ELL, and IEP. So it will be really helpful for me to see, particularly maybe the Black males or Black students that are not ELL students, and what actions are taken for them, and the Latinx students that are not ELL students or on IEPs. I was able to scrub through it and find it, but if they're organized differently or something, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. We will make sure that we have that. I'm sure the team is already previously over there. I'm looking at it. Yeah.
I would look to my board colleagues and see if there is a majority of the board that would like that additional data on the report in order to make that request moving forward.
Is it too much to ask for all as well so that we can see the gap? I just would like to see the context, the full context of, where we are, where are different groups, and what is the gap to the total?
Thank you, board. Happy to furnish you all with that information and that breakdown, that disaggregation. Yeah.
And I'm just going to say out loud, looking at you, Dr. Roberts, we may actually be heading in that direction as we think about our monitoring reports in the future, that we will be talking about all groups with lots of different segmentation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got a question.
On page 4, Dr. Roberts, under
the second action response. Can you share what has contributed to the barriers presented? Staffing, you mentioned, scheduling barriers and availability of appropriate materials. Please, on page 4, under what's not going well.
What's not?
Under your second action response. On number 2, you said literacy interventions for students in ELL programming for more than 4 years have not been implemented across all schools due to staffing, scheduling barriers, and availability of appropriate materials.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Alonso. So, I shared earlier, scheduling has been a challenge for us in terms of, because we are not necessarily committed with consistency across all of our middle schools. How much time we're going to allocate for support readiness intervention or just for literacy instruction. Additionally, in addition to curriculum materials, I think what we have not done previously, but the team is now committed to doing so, is to look at and integrate a lot of current research. There's an exhaustive list of about 20 sort of pieces of research and platforms that we're looking at to implement. So those are some of the barriers that we recognize that they exist, and now we plan and intend to do something about it. So if I go to...
As a follow-up to that, Dr. Roberts, would you in addition say then, because you mentioned progress monitoring, tools have not been created right under number 2, that consistent progress monitoring tools have not been created to track students in programming for more than 4 years. Is that another barrier? Would you say that's another barrier on page 4?
It is, but they've not been created in the last 4 years, but will be now.
Okay.
Yes.
And my concern with the not having tools to monitor makes me think of when we were discussing the importance of addressing ELL students that were maybe missing or that were not able to ever be able to graduate or test out of ELL. And it's concerning to me that we don't have any tools to monitor that. And so when we lose students, how do we know that they are lost? Because if we don't monitor and we don't know what they need and we cannot invest, we cannot pour any resources into what we're not monitoring. And so it's a concern.
Yeah, thank you for that. And certainly it's a concern of ours as well, but I appreciate you highlighting it. I think we've had some inconsistency with how, one, we've utilized the ELPA, the English Language Proficiency Assessment, and then subsequently using that data to drive and guide our instructional strategy that includes interventions. But I know that while historically we haven't done the best job of that, and the team reference of the last 4 years, there's a commitment to do that now, and there's a plan in place also to do that. And we absolutely have to, right? A quarter of our students are English language or multi-language learners. I think it would behoove us to make sure that we are committed to ensure that not only are we looking at sort of core instructional practices getting better, but our MTSS model must include what we're doing to sort of move the needle for our English language and multi-language learners.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that. Is that something that we develop on our own, or is that something that we acquire?
It's both. There are some certainly systems and structures we can put in place, but there's a plethora of resources that are across the board nationally. Look, we know that, for example, we are seeing a lot of reasons for celebration with how our English language and multi-language learners are performing in our elementary schools. As a matter of fact, we outperform the state, right? For ELL and MLL students in elementary schools. And so, but as we get towards the higher grades, the gap is widening. And so I know the team and I are working on that. Yeah, but thank you for calling that out for us.
Sorry, do you know when, will that be for next year?
School year 25-26,
Okay.
that is accurate.
Ms. Alonso has transitioned us from asking those current state questions into our future state and action items that we are taking, and better understanding the strategies moving forward. So I welcome my fellow board colleagues to continue to dive into the future steps. Are there any additional questions regarding strategies moving forward, additional resources and allocations moving forward?
Dr. Roberts, if you have it, you mentioned the $700,000 potential ask for goal 2. Can you connect the dots from the budget request for goal 2 and this conversation? And if you don't have it, maybe Shashank does, but I'm trying to connect the dots to what was requested and whether or not we'll see any additional budget requests beyond what was presented.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Or shifts. In terms of budget allocation or reallocation of resources, I do not have that information at hand. I'll work with Shashank, our CFO, to make sure that I provide the board with accurate information. With regards to 2 things. One, what did we assign prior to just accessing this information and this data that shows that there clearly is a need that can add value to achieving a goal? And then 2, for us to think about where will we sort of seek to find that resource to come to the board for approval? Is it in the general funds, or is there an opportunity for us to use our Title III funds? So I'll come to the board with that information. Title III or
board colleagues, any additional future facing questions?
Yes.
So I think maybe just to, as we bring this report to a close, my job is to ask 3 questions. 1, which is a yes or no answer. Has this board shown that we are on track? The answer is no. The second is, have we seen growth in the report?
In some areas, there is growth.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a specific example so we can call that out?
Item interim 2B is actually leading. However, it's not the trajectory that particular item is. A 2B.
That's actually.
Yeah. And then based on the conversation tonight, do we feel we have a sufficient plan to get on track, or are there some outstanding items that we'd like to ask Dr. Roberts to come back to us with?
I think the budget question for me is the outstanding question. If that's the strategy, connecting that with resources would be my follow-up.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The 2 other, go ahead.
I was just going to offer that you brought to us at our next budget conversation. Would that be appropriate?
Yes, board member.
Yes-ish. Well, I think Dr. Roberts and I have to talk because there's a ticking clock. And so just yes. Yeah. So I want to just call out 2 things. I want to make sure that Dr. Roberts and his team feel like that we are very clearly stating what information we still may be seeking. So budget request was one of them. I heard wanting clearer time-bound information on the strategy around 504 IEP exits or data. Ms. Martirano, is that fair? So that was just better understanding.
I think it was regarding the evaluation of our over-identified students with IEPs. So not necessarily, yes, I think that we discussed the exit as well.
Okay.
However, we have a guardrail that we can monitor regarding the specific exits on.
Okay. And then the third thing I wrote down was, and again, tell me if this is correct, seeking pilot data for adding 6th grade and what the expectations for the additional 4 schools that are going on next year.
Madam Chair, can you clarify what information is being sought for the additional 4 schools?
I'm going to look to my board colleagues to help me, but I think if the 6th grade addition pilot was successful, then what I guess maybe we need pilot data. I don't know. I'm playing off of my board colleagues because this came up. If the strategy is we're adding 4 schools because it works, do we want to see that it works from this pilot? If this is not an issue for other board colleagues, that's okay too.
I did not have that additional data request written down.
Okay.
It's not an issue for me either.
Okay. I had asked it out
Do
there.
we have data, Dr. Roberts, that shows, I mean, we're in year 1, so do we have any data that shows adding 6th grade?
We have an evaluation that was completed, and the data shows that there are some reasons for us to celebrate. I would certainly be cautious and caution my team not to draw any conclusions after a single year of implementation.
Okay, so I've identified 2 things. Are there any other things that we are asking Dr. Roberts and his team to provide in terms of information? Okay, so Ms. Martirano?
Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest then at this point that I recommend we table this report and then that we come back once we've talked about those 2 items at a date to be determined, maybe next week or the following week after those 2 things are updated, either by email or.
Madam Chair. So from my understanding of the monitoring, there's the 3 questions. Are we on track? Is there progress? And is there a sufficient plan to get us on track? I would say yes for the 3rd question, that there is a sufficient plan. So it would be fine voting in the affirmative of accepting the monitoring.
I defer to my
report.
colleagues. Do we want to take a vote?
Madam Chair, before the board votes, my offer. I'm trying to make the connection between the board's request for us to come back with information about our process to evaluate students with IEPs to determine whether or not we have an over-identification. We need a much longer runway. That is not an overnight sort of initiative for us to take. So I'm wondering if or why that is weighing into the board's consideration to not approve.
I would be comfortable moving forward with the budget, knowing that the budget allocations are there, knowing that there is a longer runway for some of that data you're asking for. But I guess that's my hesitation right now about moving forward with this one and not tabling it.
Ms. Martirano, I defer to you on the 504 IEP evaluation.
I was not expecting that information in lieu of voting on approval this evening. I think that was just something that we had heard in previous monitoring reports, and I would be happy to receive that information in a Friday memo or a weekly memo.
Okay, so board members, I guess we'll take a vote. So do we have sufficient plan to get on track? Yes or no?
So I think we need a motion. I would like to move to accept this report.
We have a motion by Ms. Martirano.
Mayberry May second.
We have a second by Dr. Mayberry Mays. Any discussion? I do want to let board members know I'm going to vote no because I want to see the budget.
That'd be my only, I would just vote to table it so that we can see the budget and make sure that it's there for next year.
Okay, we'll just go around. Mr. Dix?
No.
Ms. Martirano?
Yes.
Dr. Mayberry Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Alonso?
I would say no for the same reason, till
Ms.
we see the
Campos?
budget.
No, I would like to see the budget.
Ms. Knox? No. Okay, so the vote is declined. 5-2.
Madam Chair, I'd move that we table the monitoring report.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Oh,
We
okay,
did
sorry.
not,
Oh, does that automatically trigger a tabling of the?
no,
Okay.
because Dr. Mayberry Mays called for a vote. So at this point, the vote failed.
The motion failed.
The motion failed. Thank you.
So what is the next step? So this would come back to the next board meeting for monitoring again? After the motion fails?
We will follow the same monitoring calendar that we have in place. So this will be monitored again. And I believe this one is scheduled at the end of June, if I'm not mistaken. So there's no additional action unless the board would like to entertain an off-cycle monitoring of this particular report for potential acceptance of the board colleagues that have voted it down. So if we would like to entertain an off-cycle report, we would just need to let Dr. Roberts know, and he would have a month to prepare an off-cycle report.
I'm Chair, point of order, if I may. We have a pressing deadline as it pertains to goal 2 that is time sensitive around compliance with regards to language. And that deadline is 1 week from today. My wondering is, will there be any impact of not coming to the board prior to next Tuesday with a budget that speaks to what additional resources we need prior to the language change? Or let me frame this with the decision we need to make.
So I'm going to say what I think you said, which is we have to come together as a team and adjust our board goals and guardrails to be in compliance on April 21st.
That is correct. Next Tuesday.
I think that is, a separate issue from the monitoring report being on or off track. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
Thank you. I think that segues, that gives me a better way of asking this question. And this is a process question. Is it accurate for a monitoring report to be off track because of a budgetary request?
If the conversation that we're supposed to be having is, do we have sufficient evidence, then the way I understand our conversations has been, are we appropriately staffed to accomplish the goal? And so if that is the discussion at this point, at least the way I'm choosing to interpret this is we aren't sufficiently staffed, and we haven't seen that budget request come through in goal 2. I'm very happy to have this conversation at the table, but that is how I thought we talked about it as a group. I'm open to other people's interpretations, but
I'd agree with that, and we have a couple of deadlines coming up, but I think for me that's the piece of it that helps me say, yeah, now we've got the resources that match the issues that we've brought up. That I feel like is at the back of our job.
I feel like there's a lot of areas where resources need to be poured in within this report. And I have concerns. I mean, I have concerns about this regressive manner in which it seems to me like we're going. I feel like there are things that probably could have been done more intentionally, and I haven't seen intentionality here. And so I would want to see what specifically we're going to do in terms of allocating funding or resources to make this happen. That's where I am.
And so I guess I'm going to look to my board colleagues. That is, I think, where Ms. Alonso is probably where I am, and maybe a few of you are. If we don't feel like that's the way to evaluate and vote on this report, then I think we need to have that conversation. But I thought walking into this, the alignment was around, is there a sufficient plan to get on track?
And we were just told this is where we're supposed to be having those budget conversations, right, Kim, in monitoring. And it states clearly that the barrier to executing on part of this is staffing. So I'm not sure. It feels like we're keep going in circles. I'm not sure where the teeth are.
May I also ask, humbly, is there the likelihood that we are conflating what is needed for us to achieve the goal with our current unapproved budget because it's not finalized?
Well, we think I guess.
That was a
Should
question
we
that,
expect that we're gonna see another budget request for goal 2? Because we haven't heard that we're gonna get another budget request. So we're basing this, I think, based on the presentation that was given to us. So should we anticipate that there is a new budget coming where resources are reallocated based on the goals and guardrails?
In this budget cycle, I don't necessarily think I want to confirm that now. So what I'll say is we have an upcoming budget conversation, and I'll wait until then for us to have the discussion.
And what will be a part of that is a discussion around the 700,000 allocation for the
ask of the 10 additional literacy specialists. So is that helpful?
It is. For me, Dr. Roberts, this is the model here is part of our job as a group is to make sure that the resources are aligned to accomplish the goals and guardrails. As the expert, you've brought us this as the strategy, and I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait to make sure. And so that leads us to a tough choice because we don't just have $700,000 lying around. And so I think that for me, that's the to be helpful in and to help discuss with you some of those difficult choices once you bring us recommendations for what those look like.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's helpful.
so I think the way that I am viewing this is, we as a board are trying to determine if the strategy is the right strategy, and we feel like the strategy is going to work for meeting this particular goal. Period. Dr. Roberts has given us the strategies, multiple strategies, not just this one, multiple strategies that he and his team have reviewed the data on and feel are going to meet this goal. We've asked, will there be additional budget asks? Yes. That doesn't change the fact that this is the right strategy moving forward. I think that because we are in budget season, we are kind of combining these two. I don't think that we should, in my vote was for yes, because I believe that the strategies that have been presented to us have based on the answers that have been provided are the right strategies. But to have the budget conversation, and Jackie's smiling at me,
Here's the thing. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I feel like I'm never allowed to talk about budget because I try to talk about budget and I try to ask questions about alignment of resources to strategy. And then I'm told to talk about it at the monitoring report. So at the monitoring report, when we ask questions, let me just finish.
Yeah.
When we ask questions about resources, all of a sudden I'm conflating things. So what I want to know is, are there bodies assigned in the budget to support and accomplish this goal? And if the answer is yes, great. I don't think we've seen that budget request. And that's the type of real conversations we have to start having. And so I am open to other interpretations of when and how we're going to have these conversations. But if the strategy is we need bodies to accomplish this goal, if this is one of our most important goals, then when are we actually going to have a conversation about that issue? And if it's Dr. Roberts saying, look, if I believe in this strategy, and that is really up to Dr. Roberts to say, if a strategy is one person in each building to focus on literacy, and if that's what he believes and that's what his staff believes, then give us a budget that does that and tell us what the choices are. So I don't know when to have that conversation, but that is my struggle right now.
And I'm looking at what is our new investments next year are National Geographic, middle school curriculum, and ELL phonics for $135,000. I mean, that's the proposal. So I think I raised that as a concern that was not a large enough investment when we went through the budget. And then obviously there's alignment that that's not enough of an investment. So I'm at a loss of where to go to try to help us get alignment to achieve these goals.
And further, I think it is the educators that are bringing us the strategy. We've heard from multiple levels that this is, and it's not everything, but it's one thing that we think can help move the needle in a significant way. And then we'll build on that and we'll build on that, but the resources have to be there in order to do it. And I'd rather not wait another year to make that happen.
So I'm going to make a recommendation so we can move forward. I think that there's two things. One, I think we have an off-cycle monitoring that we say we're going to do. So we have an opportunity just to come back and give people the opportunity to review the report so it doesn't stand for a year as failed. And then at the same time, Dr. Roberts, you and Shashank come together along with the board and we'll schedule a budget session so we can better understand how resources are being aligned to goals.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Absolutely.
Okay. With that, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes to the T, and that we come back and move into Guardrail 1 monitoring report. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
So it is officially 7:22. We will come back at 7:27. Welcome back. We are going to move to the next report, which is Guardrail 1. I will turn it over to Ms. Martirano and Ms. Knox to facilitate the board discussion of the monitoring report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we will be monitoring our interim Guardrail 1A. Just for our community and public who are following along. Normally, we would not publicly monitor a guardrail. Usually, these reports would go on consent. So we as a board review them and ask questions, but it doesn't happen at the dais. We are going to begin the practice of monitoring guardrail reports that do not have sufficient movement towards the target or those that are not meeting the target. So this particular guardrail, the superintendent shall not allow inequitable access for ELL students or the continuation of systems that allow for it. I will open the floor to my board colleagues similarly to first start with an understanding of the current state and what got us to this current state, and then transition into future state and looking at action steps moving forward. So board colleagues, I open the floor to you for your questions.
Can I just do an easy one? Page 3. Increased use of CAL interpreting services. Can you interpret for us what CAL is, Dr. Roberts? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I'm on. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Board Member Dix, for that. CAL interpreting is CAL interpreting and translations. This is an organization that provides us with interpreters and translation services to individuals. That includes the small businesses, includes us as well.
The 27% is, can you give us an idea, or do we even know? I'm putting you on the spot by asking you what the real number is there. Like the 27% is a nice increase no matter what the number, but do we know higher usage at what level?
I do not have that information in terms of what high usage means for us. Thank you.
Dr. Roberts, I have a few questions. And then Mr. Cardenas did kind of go over that a little bit in his presentation. I wonder, when it comes to the percentage or the data, I know that there's a lot of separation from newcomers saying being here less than a year, and then versus the students being here 2 years and on. Is there a separation that you could see? I should have said this to you earlier, but I was just thinking about it, of how that percentages look that way, due to like the low numbers of this, because I know we have a high population of a lot of newcomers coming into town.
Yeah, absolute. Am I on? Thank you, Board Member Campos. So 1A, of course, is around looking at students who've been in ELL program meeting benchmark on FastBridge being a screener around language proficiency. And so, yes, students who have been here much longer, that have actually accessed the English language or had more exposure to being in an inclusive environment are likely to certainly perform much better than students who are considered newcomers. Not in every instance, but in majority of cases. Yeah. And I should note for the board, if I may, that there are so many intersections between Goal 2 on Guardrail 1. And so much of what we've talked about in Goal 2, we're likely going to have the very same or a very similar conversation. Similarly, I certainly want to posit that as we continue to monitor this Goal 2 and this Guardrail 1, we'll see a positive correlation between improvement in Guardrail 1, where students are able to access more language acquisition supports, where when we screen them either using FastBridge or the ELPA that we've seen them making progress, we're likely to see them also improve in academic outcomes as measured by Goal 2. So that's one of the intersections I want to make, or connections I want to make, I should say.
Dr. Roberts, Guardrail 1 focuses on inequitable access for ELL students and ensuring that that doesn't happen. Beyond the FastBridge A reading data that we're seeing, are there any other measures or indicators that are being used to assess and address potential inequities in access to resources, opportunities, effective instruction? I didn't hear anything that would indicate that in our previous report, but wanted to ask.
For Guardrail 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the clear measures is how are students, even in terms of our observations, accessing the high quality curriculum material. Additionally, looking at GLEAM, right, particularly when we think about, we're not focusing on GL, while that will inevitably be a part of our observations. I don't believe, and I'm happy to stand corrected, the team is going to focus on GL when it comes to English language learners, particularly newcomers. I think it's important for us to focus on probably engage in a firm and meaningful delivery of instruction. So yeah, that's certainly a measure. Don't know if we're getting to this as yet, but also when I think about what additional measures we want to look at, I'm thinking about our investment in additional resources to make sure students are feeling and experiencing support, and that includes our investment in our bilingual family liaison, right? Who serve, as they will tell you, as not only as cultural brokers, but they provide a tremendous amount of support for our school staff around how to meet the needs of our English language learners and through their families. So yeah.
Actually really appreciate that because I was going to point out, thank you, because in the budget there are additional FTEs, BFLs, and then ELL teachers. One of the things that I noticed, Dr. Roberts, is you had identified that there was an issue and a need for more ELL supports and ELL teachers.
Yes.
And yet I think we still have a lot of open positions. At least that's what it says in your weekly report. Is there something that the district could do to be more competitive, or can you help understand?
Yeah.
I think the report says that we have 2 vacancies that need filled, 2 in the elementary school, 4 in the middle school, and 11.5 in the high school.
Yeah, let me offer, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that question. The team has certainly gone above and beyond to make sure that we are being nimble in how we reallocate resources. And so even this past school year, I believe, once it was brought to our attention by either school leader or their team that there is a need, we immediately sought out and found resources to make sure that we were hiring in the middle of the year. I think the challenge we are facing is availability of highly qualified or qualified ELL teachers. But we will stop at nothing. I know our talented personnel team are committed to working with our curriculum folks to make sure that we are beating the bushes, if you may, to recruit ELL teachers.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I think that the one thing that stands out is the fact that our teachers are able to, with support from the district, get their ELL endorsement. And so again, the more exposure we provide our teachers in terms of targeted and differentiated PD, the better off we'll be. We have our general education teachers who are really, this is not just the ELL teachers, our general ed teachers are given an opportunity to take college level English language learner coursework that would continue to help them to support the students who are English language learners that they're teaching. The district has allocated funds. I know that this certainly is something that is pleasing to the ear of the board. We have allocated funds to pay for this coursework from not just Drake, but any university, where we're partnering with Drake right now to align the coursework to our goals and instructional vision of improving outcomes for English language learners. Yes.
It as a great way to reach this to meet the target.
Yes.
Are there any other resources? And I guess I'm thinking in terms of PD, any resources along the lines of what you have going on with this partnership that would be of benefit to other teachers, other teachers in the district, or how many people participate here? And I think I'm asking two questions.
You are, yeah.
I'm sorry.
And that's fine. No, it's perfect. No. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm just thinking if this is something that you consider is helping, how many teachers do you have currently? Does the district have currently participating?
Sure.
And how could you increase this? And perhaps if not through this partnership, maybe in the form of PD?
Sure. Thank you for that. One, I'll have to get the accurate number from our talented personnel team about the number of teachers who are exposed to this. But the reason we believe that this will not only add value, but help us to move the needle, is because our teachers who are not necessarily certified or qualified ELL teachers, it really allows them to tailor their support to support those students who are English language learners. And one of the things we pointed out, it allows us to build not only more inclusive classrooms, but to make students who are coming from different backgrounds. It allows, in terms, when we think about their different linguistic and cultural contexts, you're talking about over 100 different languages are spoken in the Montreal public schools. And so teachers are going to be better able to serve, regardless of what content the teachers are teaching, whether it's a core course or one of our specials. Teachers will be able to, those who are exposed to the Drake partnership, will be able to better serve and support our students and their families. That helpful? But I'll get the data in terms of the number of teachers who are exposed to the Drake partnership for the team.
I have a question that's a bit more general, but probably more in reference to page 3 under what is not going well, the action response. And it refers to more professional development options. I feel like that's kind of been a trend, the professional development for a lot of these areas. I know in a not necessarily recent, but in the past conversation with DMEA at their coffee talk, there was an interest from teachers to be able to have professional development that was self-guided or self-directed, that was not necessarily aligned to district initiatives all the time or scaffolded throughout the district. So I'm looking to better understand what is that balance. There seems to be a lot of professional development as an action response for things that the district sees as needs, but there's an appetite from individual teachers as well to professionally develop themselves for things that they feel like they need.
Yeah, thank you for that. The reason I appreciate that question is because, I would say with some reservation that our previous model or paradigm of professional development is, again, where we convene teachers contractually once a month or twice a month as needed to provide them with that PD. But what we're seeing from teachers now, particularly in the spirit of continuous learning, is they want to have access to other opportunities and resources that will add capacity to them individually. And so what I have not seen yet, and I would have to partner and collaborate with the team, is can we find those self-guided, self-paced PD opportunities through some virtual modules that the district will commit to pay for teachers. And so, because again, what that does for us is it mitigates the time constraint. So teachers, in order for them to be professionally developed, won't have to wait necessarily until we have that once or twice a month convening, or the in-building PD that is offered by principals. I don't know. I'm happy to receive from principals or our curriculum team whether or not we already have some of those modules in place. Looking for head nods. Not seen any in place, yes or no? Self-guided modules, kind of. Yeah. Yes.
We tried to. We've had a little debate PD in the last couple of years around these, for everybody, but we are venturing into more choice-based options, looking into next year, but, yeah.
That's helpful. So we're not there yet, but that's helpful. We're getting, that's the goal, or we're not there. Let me,
we have been talking about it, and we're working on some more choice for self-guided options. And I would say.
please come to the podium.
Yeah,
Come to the podium.
here.
Love the enthusiasm from the crowd.
Thank you.
I would say we have a ways to go at the elementary level, just being elementary. I would say our PD at this point, current state, during the school year, is pre-planned, led by the instructional coach and the building principal, but planned by curriculum coordinators and delivered consistently in pretty much the same way, same format for district directed. However, I do feel, and you can jump in, summer PD is typically when, at least at the elementary level, they get more choice based on things where they want to learn and grow. And being new to the role, definitely I see a lot of advantage to giving them options based on their interest. We would just have to work on that structure, and I think we'd be willing to partner.
And I think it goes back to that barrier of time that I was talking about from the back row. We have a PD calendar that has limited number of district time, limited number of school hours, and then you have teacher hours. So where would that self-guided fit into that whole plan? So although I think we've been talking about it, we're in the midst of trying to transition to more of that. It's something we can definitely, that you could see from us in the future. We just don't have that fully fleshed out.
One more point just to consider is when we're doing something, this district is enormous, right? So if there's 38 elementaries, and to Kelly's point earlier, to provide consistency and track and monitor based on board goals, if everybody's doing has a different focus, first of all, who's planning that? And where are the people to do that? And it's great if they want to do that, but how do we track, and monitor and measure that? We wouldn't be able to on board in situations like this board monitoring if they're all learning different things with a different focus and a different goal.
That's part of their individual growth plan as well with principals. Like they work on that with their principal at their school, but with their individual growth plan, something that they want to grow in and how they support.
Thank you both. So let me offer also, because one of the points of pride for me as superintendent and us as a district is the fact that we have just a really amazing partnership with our teachers union. And I want to hear sort of the perspective of what are teachers, either what teachers are experiencing or what would teachers like to see? Teachers Union President, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Yes, Ann Cross, DMEA President. I think that this is something that we are committed to working with the district on, and we can continue to improve that. I think that there is a high school next year that is going to pilot some more choice around building professional development time and working on things. The district has goals, and these choices can definitely be focused around the district goals, but giving teachers more of an opportunity to work on the things that they feel they need growth in. Because we have such a high turnover, a lot of times some of that professional development needs to be repeated so that everyone gets it and is on the same page, where some of the more veteran teachers maybe have had that before and could focus on a different area or getting better in a different way in that particular goal.
Thank you, Anne.
I really appreciate that. Just a question, does the school who's piloting know they're piloting? And if so, how is there going to be some mechanism to track, I don't know, some type of satisfaction or feedback from teachers themselves about how it's going?
So what I was informed of was by the building principal that this building principal at the high school level wanted to try that on her own, and that they would be reporting back as part of their individual professional development plan.
Perfect. It's great. Thanks, Anne.
Yeah.
I have a question. On page 3, under, hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right, yes. Page 3, under strategic action and sub-actions. Dr. Roberts, you have increased opportunities for professional learning for general education teachers outside of the district provided learning. I'm wondering, when you say professional learning, is that the same as PD?
It is. The terms are used interchangeably. Thank you for that. Yes.
Okay. So who gets PD? Is it only teachers, or who all gets PD?
Thank you for that question. 100% of our goal is to ensure that 100% of our DMPS teammates receives targeted professional development. I know for a fact that not only are all of our teachers exposed to professional development opportunities, but I believe our ed associates and members of our educational support personnel also receive professional development. Yeah. The extent to which this is happening, if the board wants much more granularity around numbers or what it is, I'm happy to share some of that with you.
Mentioned the increased support for interpretation and translation.
Yes.
I know that BFLs were added, or bilingual family liaisons. And it's great that we have 4, I think you mentioned.
4 additional. 4. Yes, ma'am.
Additional. I'm wondering about the resources that are invested for that level of employees to polish skills to support them. We have great people coming in, so in thinking about how we retain them and how we support families, if we're pouring into BFLs and that line of staff, and we're helping students. So I'm wondering just about the PD available to this level.
Thank you for that question. I will certainly work with the team, and that includes Laura McAtee, who coordinates and leads our bilingual family liaisons, for us to think about what are their needs and how can we adequately meet those needs in terms of professional development. So thank you for that. I will admit that prior to even sitting here tonight, I did not put a lot of thought into how do we support and provide PD opportunities for our BFLs. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get some additional perspective again, our union partners, Doug.
Dr. Roberts, I just wanted to add, because last night at our ESP, which is, sorry.
That's okay.
They won't be able to.
Right.
I know.
Thank you, Rosie.
Let's show the
Should I
world.
do that for you?
Show you to the world.
Right? Yeah, I'm sorry. The face for radio. Just to bring comment to our education support professional development opportunities and needs. Just last night, we had labor management with Sheila Mason and talked about this very thing, because under our ESP contract, there's many job roles there that all have those unique specific PD requirements or needs. And we had a great conversation and started planning those options
for district directed days next year, just to make sure that, that's afforded to our certified staff and administration. But we need to think of our classified employees with that same voice and same level of importance. So we started that with class 9.
Thank you so much. Very helpful for that additional context. Yeah. You just have to be proud as a district to know that you have this kind of collaboration between the teachers union and our talented personnel and team and all the members of the district. So thank you both. Yeah.
Board members, future facing questions, questions regarding strategy, next steps, and how we are going to pivot to be on track with this particular guardrail and interim guardrail.
Dr. Roberts, how do you think we can get our community to help with some of these burdens of our teachers, different nonprofits that may have services that could help with translation or even working with our students to improve their reading level?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Campos. I harken back to our strategic plan, priority 5, which really speaks to our commitment to ensuring that we are opening our doors much wider to invite partnerships from across the board to support us. I know that our chief of staff who is leading that work is certainly going to continue to seek out opportunities. I think we also have an opportunity to get better at how we advertising and messaging to our community partners that we are ready to partner with them. One particular group that I know we are getting some traction with as it pertains to English language learners is our faith-based community that specifically have immigrant or migrant populations. So and I'm personally having lots of conversations and so are others with that population. So we want to continue to open up doors to get better. We're not quite where we want to be, but we're making progress.
Dr. Roberts, there are a lot of federal headwinds that you are navigating. And I have, I guess, 2 questions about that. One is, how are you adapting to ELL students and or families who are less inclined to be coming to school on a regular basis or be engaged in somehow? Like, is there actually any data that shows that potential headwinds are impacting attendance?
Sure.
And if so, are there any strategies or considerations as you think about the next year ahead?
Certainly, Madam Chair, as superintendent, as an executive cabinet, one of our concerns and considerations is what will our current national landscape do to our students who are exposed to this news? And what I'll say is this, and this is not a point of pride or braggadocio, but it's one that is encouraging, and that is clearly our school leaders, all of them, 64 schools, are doing a phenomenal job, them and their teams, by creating safe, welcoming environments for students. Because we have not seen, even in light of the recent national sort of shifts in what is happening, decrease in attendance. On the contrary, we've seen a significant improvement actually in our chronic absenteeism rate across the board. I think we are actually becoming a national model for how our teammates are impacting, the work that they're doing is impacting chronic absenteeism. So I'm not superstitious, but I think this should knock on wood or something like that. Yeah, we're not experiencing that right now.
Okay.
Dr. Roberts, the report mentions collaboration with the ELL department. Can you provide examples of how this collaboration is leading to changes in instructional practices or resources that are specifically benefiting our students who are English learners?
Board Member Marano, can you reference specifically page so that I can draw on? as you're finding it, one collaboration that I can share is our curriculum and instruction team across the board are committed to ensuring that our ELL department also is implementing our GLEAM framework with fidelity.
Board members, other questions?
One more, Dr. Roberts, on page 3, under what's not going well, your action response, action planning for FY 26 to provide a continuum of professional development options. You mentioned the need for additional tools and support to provide continuum of interpretation and translation. Would you talk about what strategy? Sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry. What strategies you will put in place to make this happen?
I think two things come to mind, and it's not listed here, but I know one is for us to continue to build and increase use of the CAL interpretation services. Additionally, there are a number of districts who, with whom we share some similarities. In the Council of Great City Schools, for example, with whom we share similarities with regards to their demographic makeup, and some of them are probably going to be great thought partners and leaders for us to look at what practices they have in place. Those are two things that comes to mind for me at this time.
Thank you.
I apologize. I know how it was discussed prior. Is this a utilization issue of educating families, or is there a cost associated with it? I'm just trying to. There was an increase in usage, but do we have the resources we need if families want to, or students or staff, to continue to use this?
I believe we do at this time. And one of the benefits is CAL provides resources and interpretations in over 400 different languages. And so while there may be a cost, but it's not a cost that I think is cost prohibitive for us as a district.
It's more getting families to use it.
Getting families to utilize it. Yeah, one thing that comes to mind, and even as I think about the board's approval, is our soon-to-be communication platform in Parent Square. That will certainly, we've seen the data from the pilot, and that will allow a significant increase in our families who are able to access resources in real time.
Is Ms. Knox joining us online now?
Her goal was to, but
Okay.
I think let's continue.
Okay, any other questions, board members?
Maybe one more. Along the same, along the same line of translation and interpretation services, Dr. Roberts, on same page 3, action response, the last action response. You mentioned, let's see, a full continuum of translation policy and services. So when I see this, if the plan is to continue to interpret and translate, would that include billboards that the district has across the city to facilitate comprehension, understanding of what we're trying to communicate, promote as a district to other families who maybe do not speak English?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Alonso. And the answer is yes and yes. We are certainly going to consider not only billboards, but I think there's an opportunity for us to strengthen our relationship with our Spanish-speaking media, including our Spanish-speaking radio personalities. We are also working and making sure that our communication, particularly communication that reaches all of our families, are translated in multiple languages, particularly our top 2 languages, second only to English, and they are Spanish and Swahili.
Thank you. That's all.
I just want to ask a follow-up on that, Dr. Roberts. Do we have funds set aside in our budget to execute on that in FY26?
A very small extent, but as we come back to the board with a much more detailed budget conversation, I certainly want to have the board know that you're open to, again, having a push or thinking push there. But in terms of some of the more basic marketing strategies that Board Member Alonso referenced, yes, Our team, communications team, Phil and others are certainly working on that. That's top of mind for us.
Board members, I think I'll ask the same questions that we had last time. So number one, are we on track?
No.
Is there growth?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. And then is there a sufficient plan to get on track? I'm looking at the notes.
I would say yes.
That I would say yes.
Everybody? Okay, with that, board members, let us move forward to approve this report. So
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Accept the Guardrail 1 monitoring report as it stands.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Martirano and a second by Mr. Dix. Any discussion or questions?
I do have a comment. I just want to thank all our ELL teachers, associates, multilingual ELL teachers and associates. I was a product of ELL when I was in school, and a few of my kids are, and I just want to bring that up and appreciate you guys, and that's it.
Great.
Thank you for
Ms.
that,
Campos. Board members, please cast your votes, and we will do Mr. Dix,
Yes.
Ms. Martirano,
Yes.
Dr. Mary Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Alonso,
Yes.
Ms. Campos,
Yes.
Ms. Norris, yes. Ms. Knox?
Ms. Knox, yes.
Okay, the vote is approved 6-0. Next item is E3, public hearing for the 2024-2025 amended school calendar. The public hearing will come to order. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Thank you.
The next item.
Yes, we do. We are now going to move to consent. As a reminder to the board and public, the board will not, thank you, Ms. Martirano. The board will not engage in discussion or deliberation with the speaker regarding comments made to agenda items. Discussion and deliberation will remain among board members at the board table with speakers' comments informing the board's discussion, deliberation, and determinations as deemed necessary. Ms. Rios, do we have any speakers? I believe there is not. I'm looking at your list. Ms. Campos, I believe you have the consent agenda.
Yes, I do. I move that the board approve the consent items in accordance with the recommended action for each item on the consent agenda, including bills previously authorized, certified, and approved for payment by the board secretary in the amount of $5,009,048, and the procurement card transactions in the amount of $455,879.02.
We have a motion by Ms. Campos. May I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Martirano. Any discussion or questions?
Only a comment, just that this cell phone policy has been a long time coming and it's going to sort of go on the consent agenda and we're going to approve it, but I can't help but stop and say thank you again for putting it together and make a note that one of the biggest sporting events this isn't just schools that are doing this. And there were about 10 stories written, if you want to look them up, about how much better the event was because everyone was present and not looking on their phone. So this is I think, bigger than schools, and I think we're making the right decision.
Yeah, and maybe just a request, Dr. Roberts, I think that you have really good data or some qualitative information based on the Hoover pilot. And so at some point it would actually be great to hear that, whether it's from you or from the staff at Hoover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll certainly oblige and make sure that our team comes into the spotlight to share that incredible information.
Great.
I would also offer that I think that now that we're approving this, or as we approve this, that board members should also abide by the same district policy at the board table.
Not today because I didn't have my computer.
Well, and I was going to say not today because Phil keeps texting. Okay. All right. Board members, please cast your votes. Mr. Dix?
Yes.
Ms. Martirano? Dr. Mayberry Mays? Ms. Alonso? Ms. Campos?
Yes.
Norris? Jackie? Yes. Okay. 6-0. All right. We are now going to move to our public hearings. First item is E1, public hearing on the sale of staff devices. The public hearing will come to order on the matter of the proposed sale of property having a value in excess of $25,000. Notice of the proposed action has been published pursuant to the provisions of Iowa Code 297.221. Has there been any written objections filed regarding the sale? Is there anyone wishing to speak to this item?
There is not.
Hearing no speakers, I will close the public hearing. Dr. Roberts, would you please introduce the matter?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I recommend the board hold a public hearing and approve the sale of staff devices.
May I have, we have a motion by Ms. Martorano and a second by Ms. Alonso. Any discussion or questions? Board members, please cast your votes. Mr. Dix?
Yes.
Ms. Martorano? Dr. Mayberry nays? Ms. Norris, yes. Ms. Alonso?
Yes.
Ms. Campos?
Yes.
And Ms. Knox?
Yes.
Okay, we have, the vote is approved 7-0. Next on our agenda is item E2, public hearing for CIP 3507 Ruby Van Meter hydrotherapy pool renovation. The public hearing will come to order. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this item? Hearing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Dr. Roberts, would you please introduce the matter?
Yes, Madam Chair. I recommend the board review the proposed plans and specifications prepared by Angelo Architectural for hydrotherapy pool renovations at Ruby Van Meter. Hold a public hearing and approve the plans.
May I have a motion and a second to approve this item?
Dick, so moved.
Second. We have a motion by Mr. Dix and a second by Ms. Martorano. Is there any discussion or questions? Board members, I'm gonna mix it up. Ms. Alonso?
Yes.
Ms. Campos?
Yes.
Ms. Norris? Yes. Dr. Mayberry nays? Ms. Martorano?
Yes.
Ms. Knox?
Yes.
The vote is approved 7-0. Next item is E3, public hearing of the 2024-2025 amended school calendars. The public hearing will come to order. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this item? Hearing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Dr. Roberts, would you please introduce the matter?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I recommend the board review the revised school calendars, hold a public hearing and approve the plan.
May I have a motion and a second to approve this item? So moved.
Second, Mayberry Mays.
We have a motion by Ms. Martorano and a second by Dr. Mayberry nays. Is there any discussion or questions? And actually, for purposes, Dr. Roberts, will you actually just explain quickly the amended calendar, just so people understand the date change?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, because of inclement weather, during our winter, we ended up with just about 2.8 hours that we needed to make up by state code. And so what we've done, while the amount of time was slated only for a certain grade level band, we thought that this was a great opportunity for us to bring back the entire school for an additional day to make sure that they benefited from an extension of our instructional program for one additional day. You know, you can never go wrong when you offer students additional opportunities for instruction before they go to the summer.
You can only imagine how excited they are. That's right. Board members, please cast your votes. Ms. Alonso? Yes. Ms. Campos?
Yes.
Ms. Morris? Yes. Dr. Mayberry Mays? Ms. Martorano? Ms. Diggs?
Yes.
Ms. Knox?
Yes.
The vote is approved 7-0. We will now move to our next order of business, which is reimagining education. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Roberts and Matt Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have been looking forward to this opportunity. I know that Associate Superintendent Smith, along with some additional leaders on the team, Amanda Miller and Dave Berger, who've been working alongside Matt Smith, will come up and the four of us will present and share information with regards to our reimagining education plan update. Yes.
And as
And also just want to say thank you. And I know maybe you'll say something about integration as well.
Yes, sure will. Thank you very much. Again, thanks for the opportunity tonight to provide you an update. And tonight's kind of a milestone night for us. We've got a lot to share with you to bring everybody up to speed, which includes the final plan, right? Based on feedback, based on continuous committee meetings and recommendations and some timelines. Tonight is also about talking about the project scope in and of itself, as well as the estimated costs. And again, this keeps us in line with a November 2025 bond referendum. So we're looking to meet milestones and objectives here in April by presenting to you the estimated cost and also the project scope. So thanks again for the time. And I think the presentation is on. So I'm going to advance that. And then before I even talk a little bit about the agenda for tonight, I do want to make some acknowledgments. I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't just lift up and celebrate the work of that committee and the countless hours that they have put in over the last year and a half. They have spent time away from their families, away from their friends, and dedicated hours out of the meeting, reading research, looking at best practices. And when they're there in the committee meeting, we debate just about everything. And so it was a wonderful, wonderful committee because it was not groupthink. There were significant challenges posed to us as a district for us to help solve and to create new opportunities for students, staff, and for families. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge specifically the two individuals sitting to my right, Dave Berger and Amanda Miller. This work would not happen without their leadership. They are stellar leaders. They lead with integrity. They lead with honesty. And I could not say enough about them. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge, of course, our consultants, BBS and RSP, who helped support this endeavor with facility condition assessments, with all of our functional capacities, all of these aspects. Again, we've got experts in the field that are also contributing to this. And of course, Dr. Roberts' leadership. Thank you for putting the charge down and continuing to show up and press us to do better and to do more for kids. Thank you very much. So we're gonna hit a few different items tonight. We are gonna just sort of briefly review the community feedback results. We're gonna talk a little bit about the summary of the sessions. I know that you've seen that, but I don't know that all of our community has. Some overview of the outcomes and some survey takeaways. We'll also talk about the evolution of the timeline. And then we'll talk a little bit about district-wide cost in each region and the overall bonding timeline to kind of close us out for tonight.
And Matt, all of the community feedback is also online, correct?
It is all online. Everything is online. Yes. And give me a second. I'm trying to grab these papers and I can't quite do it with my left hand. So I'm going to do it this way. So our community feedback results, just a reminder for everybody, there were 19 structured community conversations. There were 3 staff-only virtual sessions, 16 community conversations. 12 of those were in person, 4 virtual, and there were 5 sessions held entirely in Spanish. There was 1 multilingual session with 7 translated languages. Regarding our online survey, there were more than 2,100 respondents, of whom 79% completed the survey. Here's some survey analysis. So what this slide represents is the degree of favorability of the elements of the plan, the foundational elements of our plan. To the right, you'll see a legend. And what this is, when interpreting the survey results, researchers and public agencies, they generally use these accepted benchmarks when interpreting the data analysis. And so green, of course, is 60%, which is actually equated to very strong support of that endeavor. Yellow at 40 to 59% is moderate to mixed support, which often points to just the need for some additional messaging or some clarifications and engagements. And the red symbolizes lower than 40% favorability. This is typically, we would respond with more engagements. There's obviously resistance in that particular foundational element. And there's just a lack of communication on our part to get that to a degree where it's in that yellow or in that green. When looking at the foundational elements of our plan, you can see clearly that we've got 3 of them above 60%. They have really, really strong favorability from our community at large and from our staff. In yellow, again, that 40 to 59% range, which is a moderate to mix, which again is favorable. It just means that there's more clarification and more engagement that's needed. You can see there are 4 of those foundational elements that are in that moderate to mixed support range. The one that fell below that was the retiring of schools. That was not surprising. I think I even mentioned to the committee that I think I actually put that I'm not in favor of that when I filled out the survey. I think all of us would put that. And so that is not something that that any of us minimize or take lightly. It's super, super serious when we talk about the retirement or closures of facilities. And we do so with a great degree of care about what's happening when those actions need to be taken. Also a part of the survey are several sort of themes from the comments. These are comments not only from the online survey, but also the 19 engagements with communities. So there were some things that sort of stood out. So in some of the strengths, the strengths that and the themes that stood out were, this is a student-centered outcome plan. Again, I won't read all of these, but there's several of them I want to highlight. Strong support for modernizing classrooms and career-connected learning. Modernizing classrooms, that's obviously going to be a big part of the conversation tonight. Positive reactions to emphasis on equity and future success for students. Those are also really strong themes. There was also a really strong theme in the comments regarding the enthusiasm for facility improvements. That is a significant sort of theme that will be lifted up tonight as we talk about the overall estimated cost and the project scope. Within the enthusiasm for facility improvements, long overdue upgrades are welcomed. And so that's a sentiment that was sort of unanimous in all parts of the region of our city, as well as our community and our staffs. And again, there's also support for new construction and additions in the growing areas. Themes about concerns. Uncertainty about signature schools. Folks are asking for more clarity about that. What does that look like? What does that sound like, feel like? How might my child get access? And when might my child get access? Also, concerns that were lifted up were about closures and neighborhood impacts of the closures. Again, the concern that the closure will disproportionately affect underserved neighborhoods. There's lots of concern. I think we've heard already comments at the board table about that. The committee shares in that concern. So there's lots of opportunity for us to mitigate those impacts and work with our community to do more in service to and support of one another to prevent those impacts from happening. Also, concerns about themes were grade configuration changes. The top one there, support for improved middle school experience, but there's hesitation around the 7-12 grade expansion. What that concern lifted up was, it wasn't a concern about the grade configurations changing. It was about when we have 7th graders on a campus with 12th graders. And then do we have kindergartners on a campus with 6th graders or 8th graders? So it was more around the how might we keep students safe, and how will the design of the facility help support students' overall health and well-being, knowing that there's going to be a larger age range within those facilities. So that's what the concern was representing. The themes that were around suggestions, more student voice and belonging. The quote there, ask us what we need. That was a theme that resonated quite a bit. Again, 23% of the respondents were students on the survey, and students were saying, ask us more. That's a great start, but let's do this more often. Also, ideas for mentorship, elective flexibility, and student advisory programs, which is also part of the conversation tonight regarding the monitoring reports. So students are also saying and lifting those same suggestions. Other suggestions were around communication and transparency. There was expressed frustration around just being overly technical and some of the messages being unclear because of that. And so tonight, as we talk about estimated cost and project scope, we're going to attempt to make it less technical language, but there are some technical languages that we need to include because it's statutory and it's things that we need to talk about. Other aspects of suggestions were equity and fairness. There's a call for accountability in how and where investments actually happen in this district. And so all of these suggestions are things that we take to heart and things that we look at as a committee and as a district and as a board. Because these are implementation opportunities for us to improve how we're going to bring our community into the implementation of our reimagined plan. And there's also feedback on the timeline. There was strong support for a 10-year plan. There's also a desire to request for tools to track progress during planning and implementation. Again, bringing the community and the staff into the implementation process. And there's a desire to move at a pace that corresponds to available funding. All of these are super relevant for our conversations tonight and our focus and what we're here to sort of talk about. When we bring that down to a summary, the overall takeaways, all of our elements with equal weighting result in a 67% favorability. I'm going to jump down to that last statement. Because of that, the overall measured favorability indicates a strong majority of the Reimagined Education Plan, particularly for its student-centered goals and outcomes. That's a significant data point. When we talk about surveying and polls and work underway similar to this across the country, we're being asked how are we getting those kind of results of favorability while we are talking about things like grade reconfigurations and a complete disruption to the status quo of educating kids as we know it in Des Moines. And yet we have a 67% overall favorability rating that's showing strong favorability for this. Again, it's not perfect, but it will become a community perfect plan as long as we continue to show up at the table with one another and invite each other to the conversations and respect and expect a difference of opinion to drive change in our community and specifically in our classrooms and in our facilities. The most favorable plan component was future readiness, that this plan actually is creating the conditions so that students are feeling prepared to be future ready. The least favorable plan component was retiring of schools, which I think we agree with. That's not favorable. When it comes to a resource-constrained environment, it's going to be an action and a decision that we're going to need to make because there's very few options, as you know, about where we could make those general fund dollar cuts. That being said, when we were out talking to families and we were in these community conversations and talking to staff, I consistently made the statement that what we were going to do was bring this data back. The committee would look at it, and then we would present a plan that responds to that data. Here's what you said, so here's what we've done. I'm here to tell you tonight that the plan, as schools were identified, as we rolled out, that plan is intact. That plan did not change because of the strong favorability that we're seeing in the results of the data, as well as the recommendations from the committee. The plan is going to move forward as we've recommended it. What will change, and what was also lifted up in the data, is also in this board table, is the timeline of implementation. The timeline and the evolution of that timeline does need to change. And so the committee met about this last Thursday night, had a long debrief about this. We looked at several options and scenarios to provide feedback on what are the strengths and concerns and challenges of each of these. And so what we're presenting to you tonight is the updated reimagined plan with the timeline. And so maintaining the plan that we rolled out in terms of the school, the facility identifications as they were identified, with a new time, and this new timeline is being obviously informed by the committee. It's being informed by the community feedback, and it's also being informed by your feedback, which is greatly appreciated. The current timeline, the one that we're proposing tonight, it's going to emphasize an implementation of signature schools much faster. It's also going to create our targeted locations of signature programs is in areas where we have higher degrees of enrollment loss. And that is represented by the student density population map to your right that you can see. Those are the areas where we have the highest density of student loss of enrollment. So these are also the areas where we are targeting and focusing signature program to stand up to offer unique opportunities for our students, our staff, and our families to not only retain students, but to attract students and to bring students back into Des Moines Public Schools. This new timeline will also emphasize middle school transitions in the first 5 years. It will also emphasize high school renovations to be completed earlier in order to address the overcapacity at our high schools. So this timeline is going to do each of these things. And again, this was informed by the community data, by the committee, and also by you and your feedback as we've been providing updates. So as we jump in to the plan itself, Dave, I'm going to give you that. Dave's going to take over, but as we're reading this particular timeline, I just want to point out a few things about this. The first is this is a construction timeline. So as a reminder, that the way we read this, it's not a three-dimensional timeline. It's not going to include programmatic changes at the same time. There's a couple of slides to show you how we do that, but this is about the construction and the facilities, because tonight's conversation is about overall estimated cost and project scope, which is bond funded. And so that's going to be an important distinction of why we're presenting the data and why we're presenting the plan and the information and the timeline in the manner that we are. Dave?
Perfect. Good evening. Thanks for giving us the opportunity. As Matt said, and he kind of took my thunder on my first thing that I was going to note, and that is around the fact that this is the timeline you see here is just what Matt said. It's sort of a construction timeline. It's a little bit of a broad brush as we talk about how programming and things like that come into play here. But what this does is this lays out essentially how we would work our way through the course of the initiative to accomplish various construction tasks. So as Matt had stated, this is what we internally have sort of referred to as our third major iteration of this particular timeline. The first one was the plan that is out on the website, or was initially released with the state of the schools. That's the one that's been out there. Then, based off of some feedback, both from the board, from the committee, and as we were out amongst the community, we started to make some tweaks, specifically around trying to identify ways that we could move some of the secondary level improvements a little bit earlier up into the overall plan, so that we would have the ability to start making some impacts on both enrollment needs, as well as being able to start addressing potentially some leaps into some incubation with CTE type work and some of those additional elements. As Matt noted, this is sort of our third iteration that is what we feel as close to fully baked as we're going to be, based off of all of the feedback that we've received. And I do apologize, it is a little bit hard to read on here. This is sort of not the final version, the prettied up one that's going to hit the website and whatnot, but we believe it does indicate the things that we need to show here. I do want to point out a couple of quick things as you look at this, though, just to provide a little bit of context. So each block corresponds to one of these colored items down below. Sort of a teal color would be like an elementary school addition or renovation. The green is middle school or high school additions. You can sort of follow along with that. But within each block, I want to note that you'll see the school name. You'll also see a grade configuration, and it may be pre-K 6 or pre-K or 9-12. That is intended to be the final state grade configuration. We recognize that this does not give you a year-by-year snapshot of exactly, as a building goes through, will it be K5, 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 then an addition happens, we do our renovations, and then we transition to K6. All of that information is going to be presented in a format that's a little bit different than this. It'll be more of a tabular format. But
just a question on that, because I know that's one of the things that a lot of parents have brought up.
Yep.
So can we just use the Phillips example just to make sure that I understand it?
Sure.
So the ultimate goal of Phillips is to be, your recommendation is PK through 6.
Pre-K 6, correct.
And you would start it in SY 26.
Correct. Construction would take place in the school year of 26-27.
Mm-hmm. And does that mean it's a pre-K through 6 building in 27?
No, and that's where the tabular format is. It needs to go and live with this. And quite honestly, it's really difficult to show on here. There will be some instances, like I said, that's why I want to point out that this is final state. Because as we transition through, especially these buildings, as we bring 6th grade back to the elementary schools, we will have some instances where construction, and Phillips is a good example, construction will begin in year 1, but we may not have all of the 6th graders transitioned. Well, I take that back. So in elementary schools, yes, the next year you will see the 6th graders there. What I should say though is that with middle schools, if an elementary school, we have multiple elementaries, of course, that feed up into our middle schools. So it may be that you'll see a middle school that's constructed. There could be a little bit of a lag from when you see all of those 6th graders out of that middle school and into the elementary schools. But yes, sorry, Jackie, you are correct that yes, the following year is when that building at an elementary level would transition to having 6th graders there.
Yeah, and I think the only reason I bring it up is like one of the significant pieces of feedback is more specifics on school specific timelines and milestones. And so I do think it'd be helpful to understand at what point set expectations accordingly. Like at what point and how granular will people see and what will they see?
I would say that we will have that out within the next, finishing up some formatting. I would anticipate that within the next 3 to 5 days, we should have that published and up on the website.
Yeah, so we have all of that in some tabular forms. Putting it on this doesn't quite work in terms of a PowerPoint or a slides. It's quite the large tabular form.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but I think it's a good point because I think what you're also lifting up, which is important, and is that this is again is about the construction timeline and decoupling sort of the programmatic shifts from the construction is going to be important to tonight's conversation. Meaning that what you're going to see, as Dave's talking about, is this school year is when the construction happens. And the programmatic shifts that are taking place there may not be associated with that timeline of the construction. So
when will that be provided?
That's what Dave's referring to. That's that tabular
programmatic.
Form.
I'm saying like programmatic, the resource alignment.
So for the most part, yes. Because there are some significant changes to this timeline than the one we had previously worked, we have been partnering with teaching and learning to come through on which 6th grades at what time move back to the elementary schools and what 6th grades and what time stay at the middle schools. So we can go building by building to say that this 6th grade is here, this 6th grade is here. And so those are some of the program updates that we'll be able to provide in the next 3 to 5 days.
And I guess just the last question, do you think it's really realistic to project that at 10 year? I mean, is this, I'm just asking like realistically.
I think we could project like we will have a 6th grade here and 6th grade option, you know, for Carver, but parents may choose to enroll their child early or move to a different, is this what you're asking?
Yeah, let's just go through the presentation. I think the ultimate, there are so many communications challenges with the project of the size and scope. And so I think maybe when we're done, just helping everybody understand what is a fair expectation of communication and what's an unrealistic expectation of communication, since so many people want specifics.
If I understand your point correctly, is it appropriate? Is it realistic that we can say that this is going to happen in this, you know, in year 7, this one very specific thing is going to happen, and by stating it today, it's going to happen in year 7. You know, we have worked from the vantage point of we need to put together a plan, and part of putting together a plan involves needing to sort of lay out all those bits and pieces. And you're absolutely right. This is a living, breathing thing. It is a big machine. And yes, things are going to change. How we communicate those changes, things like that will absolutely be part of that. But you're right. Yes, I'll keep going along here, and then we can maybe kind of touch on that.
Let me just
a little
offer,
bit more.
please, in terms of process, I don't want us to lose sight of the intent of today's presentation and desired outcome, and that is to present a construction timeline. I think that I know that the additional critical pieces of talking about programmatic changes is for a different conversation presentation. And so what I don't want us to do is to speculate now about some of those changes. I think it would be really effective if we remain committed to this being a construction timeline. Is that our intent today?
That is the intent, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, then just to follow up, Dr. Roberts, when do you think the board can expect the programmatic timeline that parallels with the construction timeline, including allocation of resources?
Madam Chair, not in its entirety, but I certainly believe that we are poised and prepared to provide the board and community with some of our programmatic changes and desires and vision by the end of the school year.
Thank you.
One other thing that I really quickly that I will call out on this particular timeline, I was talking, sort of through what the information in the boxes is. And right now, this also indicates specifically for elementaries, well, actually for all of the buildings, but it's most in effect for elementary schools. If a building is scheduled to swing or is anticipated to need to swing to another facility, in order to provide capacity, or not capacity, but in order essentially to give us running room to be able to complete construction at a facility, we have identified on here what facility a school can plan on potentially swinging to. That is another one of those things where as we get into design, as we get into construction, it's realistic that we may have some buildings that currently are looked at as, hey, we really need to swing this building, where maybe we will not need to. Or there may be buildings where our current thought on what the scope might entail would not require swinging, but perhaps as we get into design, things like that, we may need to make some shifts on that. One thing I do want to stress about swing schools is that we do not have any situations where a school, certainly as it sits right now, where we have any schools that would need to swing, where they would swing out of their respective regions of their 3 regions that we've identified. So we would not have a situation where potentially a student in the Northeast region would now suddenly find themselves getting on a bus and going all the way to the south side of town to go to a swing school there. So I do want to note that fact. So
Dave, looking at this slide, Cattell, you have coded as a convert to swing.
Correct.
So, and then I see above it, Madison Swing School is listed as Cattell. So Cattell, perhaps I should just ask, can you just explain that in more detail?
What that means?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, from a timing standpoint, and this is where the information that we'll be able to provide in that larger tabular element, I think will help an awful lot. So what we're trying to indicate here is that in school year 27-28, Cattell, as you noted, is indicated to convert to a swing. The last year of current utilization, as we know Cattell right now as a K-5 elementary school, that last year in that particular capacity would be in 26-27. In 27-28, it transitions and now becomes put to use for a swing facility. And then you'll notice as we go farther on down, it's utilized as a swing as we move through here. And then in school year 31-32, it's actually identified in orange, which is repurposed. That is the year that facility would then sort of be moved to another purpose. So it becomes a swing school in 27-28, and it is repurposed or sort of taken out of inventory, so to speak, in 30.
Dave,
31-32.
Can we just be clear on words?
Sure.
So repurpose or close, like
And
it
that's
would just be, I would appreciate more
Yes,
clarity.
and actually that should, and I read what it says in the orange box, and that's going to change because in this particular instance, Cattell is a retire. So we have a repurpose and retire. Right now in the overall plan, there are 2 facilities that are scheduled to be repurposed. And that would be the downtown school, which is identified as a repurpose for reutilization by central campus programming or some use by that particular campus. And then Hubble Elementary is the other facility that is identified as a repurpose. Right now, looking to be repurposed for utilization by the Roosevelt, for the Roosevelt campus. Thank you for catching that. The other schools would be considered retired, which would mean that they would go out of our inventory. What that next step is to be determined.
Thank you.
Really quickly, and I'm not going to spend I don't want to spend a great deal of time on these, but I want to draw your attention to a couple of things on each of the regional timelines. The Northeast region in particular, one of the things that you'll see, Hoyt Brewbaker is the sort of co-located elementary and middle school site over on the northeast side of town that has been identified as a potential signature school, perhaps as dual language immersion is one of those concepts that has been put forward there. That has actually been moved up to year 2 of the timeline to school year 27-28. It initially had actually been back in, we're showing it in year 2. It was actually in the very original plan in year 7 or 8. We have moved this forward largely due to the interest in seeing signature schools be able to gain traction and for us to be able to start standing up that type of programming. And given the type of programming that is currently being discussed to go there, a dual immersion type programming, the amount of work that's required to sort of bring that facility into the state needed to be able to start implementing that programming, it's a little bit less intensive. We feel that we can get that forward on the plan and be able to really get a good start and get rolling with that. So you'll see that that's a change from the earlier plan. The other thing I'll draw attention to is that North, which was also originally earmarked to be completed sometime around year 7 or 8, that has actually now been moved up to year 3 in the plan, so that in the Northeast region, those facilities that are identified to be, and actually I'm going to draw your attention to one other one, and that's Pleasant Hill Elementary School, which is identified to be renovated in year 5, which is intended to be a pre-K 8 Montessori facility. That places all of the facilities in the Northeast region that are earmarked to be signature facilities to be addressed as such within that first 5 years of the plan. So I'm going to move on to the Northwest region. And again, the format and the layout is virtually the same as what you would see on the others. Again, we'll make some revisions to some word choices here. I will draw your attention to the fact, and this is something that I think most people have who have looked at the plan or are familiar with this, that Walnut Street School is the first facility district-wide that is identified to be transitioning for another use. That is actually identified to be transitioning in the first year of the plan in 26-27. We've already started to have some really in-depth conversations with staff, with family members. We're going to be on a cadence to be meeting with the parents and with staff members there on a monthly basis moving forward. I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that at this point, Matt, but
other than we've worked in partnership with that building leadership team to get these scheduled and to answer the questions in a relevant and timely manner.
So that facility, absolutely.
Right, for the most part. So those families are being told they are going to, what are their options?
Yeah, so we're working with them on the options to lay that out. That's actually not what tonight's focus is about. Tonight's focus is about the estimated project scope and the overall cost of the project. So those details we're working with families.
But can I just follow up on that? Is this for next year?
No. Well,
yeah, 26, 27.
26, 27 is not next year. That's 25, 26. The following year is 26, 27.
Right.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And you'll let us know though on what's happening to those families, what their options are.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course.
Sounds like that's what you're working towards by the end of
School year.
year.
Yep. So I wanted to draw your attention to that because Walnut Street will be transitioning to a swing that first year of the plan. And we will be utilizing that as sort of the Northwest Swing School. We've made a couple of revisions here from the original proposal as far as timelines in terms of sort of the way that things lay out here. I will readily admit, when we look at this one, we've got a lot scheduled in that first year. But we feel confident that we've got the ability to find the design teams and the contractors that can help us through this. I will note that you'll notice Moulton and Greenwood are both identified in purple, and they cover a wider band, same as Roosevelt there. So Moulton and Greenwood are both identified to be sites where we would be taking down the existing building or major portions of the existing building and then going back with a new structure. So I'd call it a new build. Yeah, I'd call it a new build. We're certainly, as we go through this entire process with certainly all of the facilities, but in particular with those buildings where we're looking at constructing a new building, whether it's Moulton, whether it's Greenwood, whether it's Oak Park, these are all very monumental structures within the neighborhoods that they serve. When we look at Greenwood is, Greenwood is, there's a Greenwood neighborhood for a reason. And we want to make sure that we're doing honor to that facility and to what that facility represents as part of that community. Same with Moulton. Moulton was the original North High School in town. And there are elements of those structures that we want to make sure that we are figuring out how do we integrate them and how do we do them justice as we come back with a new structure. Same with Oak Park. The original part of Oak Park is the oldest building in the district. There are elements of that original building that need to stay on that site. So we'll work with our designers, people who are way more creative than the three of us, to come up with solutions to that sort of thing. But I do want to stress that we're fully aware of that. We recognize our role as stewards of these facilities, even though they may change in appearance. We're still stewards of the site, and we're still stewards of what those bring. So I will note here that Moulton is scheduled to be under construction year 1 and year 2. So they will roll back as a pre-K-8, and Moulton is identified as a signature program, exact programming scenario to be identified, but that will be the first signature school in the Northwest region that is addressed. Then you'll see Greenwood is under construction in years 3 and 4. The reason I bring that up is we've shifted a few things around. Greenwood has actually been moved a year down, and downtown school has actually been shifted a couple, largely so that we can sort of coordinate exactly where kids are going to land and whatnot. And having downtown school go offline after Greenwood is back up and running, it just from a capacity standpoint in that part of town, it meets some of our needs. The other element that I'll note here for signature schools in the Northwest region is in year 5, we have the Hoover Meredith site, which again is a co-located 712 facility. We are looking at transitioning that to the determined signature programming at that site. So again, just like in the Northeast, all of the signature programming that's intended to take place in the Northwest, or those buildings that we would be addressed as signature facilities, they'll all be addressed within the first 5 years. I also did not mention this on the last sheet, but I'll just draw attention to it here. The green blocks, as I said before, are middle schools and high schools. In all of these scenarios, we've done everything we can to try and make sure that we're also addressing the secondary level additions and renovations at those levels within that first 5 years, again, to be able to help with that capacity and to be able to transition 6th graders back to elementary schools and address some of the space needs at the high schools. Any questions on the Northwest?
A quick question, which is in the Northwest region, Meredith and Hoover come after Roosevelt. And I'm just trying to understand how that choice was made in terms of prioritization if the goal is to be moving to 3 regions. And maybe it has to do with programmatic shifts versus construction shifts, but can you just explain the timeline or how you arrived at that?
Yeah, we really looked at that one predominantly from a programming standpoint. And again, when we look at those co-located sites, I mentioned Hoyt Brewbaker over on the northeast side. Given what has been sort of put forward as a potential utilization of that site, and I'll say ease, although that's really probably not the right word, to bring a signature school online. The work to be done at Hoyt Brewbaker and that transition to that type of programming, Hoover Meredith is, we don't quite know exactly what that one's going to be yet. And we feel that that is one where it's probably going to take us a little bit longer from a programmatic standpoint to stand up some of the things that will go with that. I don't know, Matt, if you
it's
want
also
to touch
about
on
functional
that.
capacity at the high school level. Like Roosevelt specifically is 500 or 600 kids over capacity today. And so building that capacity out earlier rather than later is going to be a significant benefit for those high school students. That's also the same case at Lincoln High School.
And that is certainly one of those things where, again, as we get into this, we'll have a lot more information coming from the programmatic standpoint. So I'm going to switch here to the South region. A couple of things that are a little bit different here as well. And I'm going to ignore Weeks, which is off to the left there. We'll talk about that one in just a second. I will draw your attention to the signature programs that are currently, or the facilities that are currently identified to represent signature schools in the South region are actually identified to be addressed from a construction standpoint farther down the timeline. If we look at Kurtz and we look at Jackson, Kurtz is identified to be repurposed as a 712 signature facility after an extended period of time when it will be utilized as a swing facility. When we look at our available facilities on the south side of town, Kurtz really, it sort of needs to fit into the model of being a swing. So from a construction standpoint, we have placed that one later towards the end of that particular timeline. And Jackson is also in that same time frame. Now, Jackson is a building that is scheduled to be transitioned to a pre-K-8 Montessori. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we transition to the next couple of slides here. But one thing I do want to note, Matt used the word decouple, I think, a little while ago. And one of the things, we had some really lengthy conversations with the committee last Thursday night about, in particular, the South region, and are there ways that we can look at bringing some elements of our signature programming online earlier and start introducing some of those elements, whether it's at the Kurtz facility, maybe it's at Lincoln, maybe it's utilizing the space we have at the Ag and Aviation Lab down by McCombs. There are some things where we realize that timing-wise, we're not going to be able to get those facilities transitioned quite as early as we would like to, but that doesn't mean that we can't try and find a home to start bringing that programming online. So,
Dave, you mentioned the ag aviation,
yeah,
and then also FLIR. Where are those reflected? I think FLIR was on the block too.
Correct.
And how do those fit into this timeline?
So those are, and actually we'll get a little bit deeper into that as we get into some of the costing. As it sits right now, I'll just let you know, FLIR, we don't have FLIR shown on here just simply because, and some of this is based on.
That's an everyday conversation.
It is.
As of like, it could be soon.
Great.
Yeah. So that's the objective is we're trying to be, Matt has put the charge out there that we're looking to be aggressive with that one. And so we're looking to do what we can there.
I did have a question. So I'm understanding the only signature programs happening on the south side are 7 years out right now as this is proposed.
From a construction standpoint.
Okay.
The implementation of the programming, though, the objective is to try and identify what is the best way to start dovetailing that programming in. perhaps it's not a forever home. And I'll use Lincoln as an example. Right now, we have Lincoln scheduled to receive 12 classroom additions in years 2 and 3. Again, we have a lot of things to work through, but is there an opportunity for us to look at that work and say, okay, can we carve out an element of that and dedicate that specifically for signature programming, so that, again, maybe that's not its forever home, maybe Kurt's or another facility, should something pop up, be where that lives forever. But again, knowing that we won't have access to that Kurt's facility, how do we get the kids access to that programming before the 4 walls are available? So
yeah, and I think Dr. Mayberry uses a really good point of why the programmatic, understanding the programmatic versus the construction is going to be helpful. And I don't know if the next slide is where you want to go.
It's meant to sort of help
to explain it a little bit more.
Yeah.
What is, it'll be helpful maybe for us to see that.
Yeah.
I have one more question about construction, staying within the scope. And this probably is happening in some other regions, but I'm more familiar with the South Side. Mitchell Learning Academy, the Woodlawn, McKees, these pre-K learnings, what do we need to know about those? Are they changing anything from a construction standpoint?
So right now, we have not identified significant additions or renovations. We have allocated in the plan dollars to go in and do some finish upgrades, to make some modifications to those facilities. But as it sits right now, the sort of the physical footprint of those facilities, we have not identified any changes there. Again, I want to stress that this is a pretty dynamic plan, and we know that things can change. And if that happens, then we might have to tweak some things. But yeah, the early childhood facilities, as it sits right now, we have dollars intended to be earmarked for improvements, but not necessarily spatial footprint additions.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing that I'll draw attention to on the timeline, and then I'll turn it over to Matt to talk a little bit on the kind of the programming timeline. And that is the fact that Weeks is sort of sitting out here on this timeline way off to the left, and what we're sort of referring to as year 0. The Weeks in particular on the South Side is one of our middle schools that has really seen some challenges from a capacity standpoint, and having the ability to relieve some of the pressure there gives us some more opportunity to be able to start addressing some other elements throughout the South. So what we have actually done is we have gone ahead and started the process of looking to address an addition, about a 6,000 square foot addition, which would be consistent with what we are proposing at all of the middle schools. So that would be I'm going to say 6,000 square feet, but it would essentially be a 4 classroom addition with all the adjoining ancillary spaces, restrooms, things like that. And we would actually look at starting construction of that so that that facility would be able to house kids at the beginning of the school year for 26-27. That is being done. It's an element of reimagining education, but it is not a project that we would be looking at as a general obligation fund or bond funded project. Our intent there is to fund that with saved dollars that we have still sitting from our current 5-year plan to be able to address that.
Just a question. Oh, go ahead.
Right now, the plan is for a 4 classroom addition. And it would be positioned in such a way that if we ever needed to go above and beyond that, we don't lock ourselves in. We've got the capacity space-wise that if we needed to come back later down the road and add 2 classrooms, 4 classrooms, whatever the South Side might do, we would have some additional room to grow there.
Dr. Roberts, there's several schools on here that are overcrowded by definition of capacity that are not on the timeline for action for few years or more, like in 2030. What are we doing to stop are we stopping internal transfers outside of like the geographic responsibility? We have somebody to like say, like obviously if it's your neighbor's school, but
are we stopping internal transfers or doing something to actually reduce overcrowding in schools that are overcrowded?
Madam Chair, I would humbly ask that we not necessarily unpack that discussion here to conflate that discussion with the construction timeline.
When can we have that conversation?
We can have that discussion at a later date. I don't think it's going to be productive for us to have it during this time. I would need to have information about not only our strategy, but to be able to look at those schools individually.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and transition back to Matt.
Yeah, just a couple of slides to sort of lift up Dr. Mayberry Mays, your question. So thank you for that. The slide in front of you now is meant to sort of just represent, it's the example of the Jackson Montessori staff development. And so if you sort of move to the far right, you'll see sort of in that year 6, that school year 2031, 2032, that's when the design bid would take place. And the construction would be the school year 32, 33. And then those new spaces and those new development additions and renovations would be available and accessible in the 33, 34 school year. The reason why we sort of place that there is, while that's scheduled for the school year 31, 32 to begin the design process, the actual programming shifts and changes are happening far sooner than that for Jackson to begin to transition into a Montessori program. And so what you see in year 0 in next school year is cohort 1, and there's staff that are designated to receive that professional learning next school year. If you jump then to the next slide, you'll see that this is the student experience, where in 26, 27, now the pre-K kindergarten students are now experiencing that transition to Montessori programming because the year prior, their teachers have had that training. And so it's just sort of showing that Gantt chart sort of view of programming shifts and instructional shifts are taking place along with the student experience, even before the actual renovations actually take place in a building like this. So this is like sort of a high-level example of what you might see in many respects across the district, where there are programming and instructional shifts happening, but the construction might be a year later or things like that. In other words, they're not dependent on one another for them to take place.
This is helpful.
Okay. We're now going to sort of jump into the sort of the meatier actually aspect of the conversation tonight, which is the overall estimated costs. Dave?
You bet. So fully anticipate a lot of questions on this. Fully also recognize the fact that the information that is presented here and fits on to these pages probably doesn't answer every single question that you're going to have, and we're more than happy to help sort of navigate through and provide that information. So,
and just to bring us back before Jay jumps in, as a part of the bonding timeline and Aller's timeline, it's that tonight we talk about the overall estimated cost and the overall scope of the project. That's what this is meant to represent. So we're going to give you some high level as well as some details of school by school. The bonding timeline? Yes. It's coming up.
Yes. So I want to draw your attention to the slide that says district cost summary. Obviously, this is broken down by region. And what we've done here is these two columns represent sort of two different scenarios that we have looked at. I do want to first and foremost say that, and again, this is sort of piggybacking on what Matt said, that the conversations that and the dollar amounts that we're looking to discuss are specifically related to improvements that we have identified as costs that would be addressed through bond proceeds. So these are not necessarily costs that we would be addressing with SAVE, that we would be addressing with Pebble or some of the other funding streams. This was as we looked at each of these buildings and started to really identify what the likely anticipated needs are. What are the things that we would put together and we would package as a potential general obligation bond referendum? So
Dave, what was the criteria? Like, how did you decide save versus, I know there's some use issues, but some
Sure.
could be either,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So how did you make those determinations?
Absolutely. So I'm actually going to start, in retrospect, I wish we would have flipped our columns around here. I'm going to draw your attention first to the column on the right, which is estimated construction costs for additions and new buildings. What these costs represent are the estimated costs for the new buildings are sort of, that sort of explains itself. So those would be the anticipated costs associated with those buildings like Greenwood, Moulton, Oak Park, where the intent is to go ahead, actually take down the existing facility and go back with a brand new structure. So that is a cost that we have looked at and said a new building would be one that we would be looking to address through general bond or general obligation bonds. The other thing that's included in this column to the right is additions, and that is specifically new space. So when we look at a building, let's say, I'll use Capitol View as an example. In our scenario, we've looked at that particular building and identified that we should be looking at a 4-classroom addition at Capitol View to get us to the spot where we have the functional capacity that would be ideal. So that addition would include the space for those 4 new classrooms, an allocation for ancillary spaces like corridors, restrooms, things like that, and that's it. So when we look at the column to the right, it's essentially new space and the supporting elements that go with that. So the column to the right is not looking at going in and doing full-scale renovations of existing spaces and things like that. It's to get us to the spot where we are looking at having the functional capacities that we've identified as being appropriate to meet the needs. That's where if we transition to the column to the left or in the middle here, where we identify we have additions, renovations, and new buildings. So the additions and new buildings, that would be the same value as what we have on the column to the right. But we've also added in the costs of additions for existing building spaces. Now, when we started to calculate these, what we did is, and when we first started to really get into identifying sort of the path for these scenarios, there was a lot of emphasis initially on, in particular, the pre-K, the elementary level buildings, pre-K through 6 facilities. Partly because of the fact that as we started to look at the costs to go in and do full building renovations of East High School, Lincoln High School, Roosevelt, the sheer cost of going in and sort of doing a from the ground up renovation of those buildings was extremely high. And we were also looking at where are we looking to potentially make some of the most significant changes for. Obviously, we want to make student experience changes everywhere. But what we did is we focused on, in particular, the lower level schools. And we said, okay, if we're going to do an addition at Capitol View, an ideal, quote unquote, ideal state would be that the renovation or a renovation of all of the existing square footage of that building would go along with that so that you end up with sort of a 21st century addition. And then everything else is then sort of, it's kind of a rising tides thing. And then the rest of the facility is addressed from a finish, a technology, mechanical, everything else would be included in that. What we looked at there, getting back to your question as far as the funding streams, what we said was that if we were to do new buildings, additions, or any interior renovations at a facility that is receiving an addition, we're going to bundle all of those together and look at those as projects that would be funded with general obligation bonds. So SAVE and Pebble, what we have done with those is we have said, at least for now, we're also looking, we have, and I'll touch on one other element here as well, and that is the facility condition assessments that were done of all of our buildings and finished last year. So if we go through and we look at the total estimated cost to complete all of the work that was identified in those FCA reports, it's about $374 million. Part of the process is that as we went through this, we laid out every single building. We laid out all of the recommendations that came from the architect from BBS on the FCA reports. And we went through line by line by line on those recommendations. And we said, okay, realistically, if we were to go into a building and do a full renovation at, and I keep using Capitol View because it's convenient for me. If we did a full facility renovation at Capitol View, which of these items that were identified in the FCA report would sort of naturally get picked up in the course of that work? So what we did is we had some elements in that 300 and some odd million dollars in FCA identified needs where we said, okay, if this is something that we would anticipate it would just fit with a full building renovation, we pulled that item into the estimated renovation cost. If it did not fit, we essentially left it in another bucket by itself. That went into, we maintain a project inventory for essentially unfunded needs and wants in our buildings, which when we put it all together, we're north of about $600 million in sort of unfunded wants, needs, and things like that. That's that well that we go back to when we start working with buildings and we start looking at, okay, where's the best place to be looking at making investments with the save dollars, with Pebble, with Pearl. It's sort of those, it's those things that they're existing issues, they're existing things that need to be taken care of. We really tried to keep those separate as much as possible. And I know it's a lot of words. I'm more than happy if anybody wants to spend a long night sitting here going through numbers. I'd love to sit there and do that. But that was what we did. So if that helps at all, that's sort of the breakout of what went into the bond funded versus Save Pebble and other funding streams.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that's one thing, because a lot of public remember Save and just the work that went, that the city of Des Moines, and I think a lot of people are just curious about how that interfaces with the bond, the general obligation dollars.
And I do want to note that, we're actually running a parallel initiative right now. It's the Superintendent's Facility Advisory Committee. I've mentioned this, I think, before. We're in year 5 of our current 5-year SAVE plan. And in a different time when we weren't potentially looking at something quite as monumental as reimagining education, we probably would have come to the board a year or so ago and said, hey, this is what we'd like to propose that we do this in the next 5 years. But as we have been working through reimagining education, we've been trying to figure out how everything's going to fit together. We do have a committee that's been convened. In fact, we've got another meeting tomorrow night with them. And their focus is to go through that project inventory, help identify, priority, whether it's safety, security, athletics, all these various things. They're helping to sort of digest that big bucket of SAVE and Pebble eligible projects so that we can get the next 5-year plan for SAVE put together, which we're anticipating, somewhere in that $60 to $75 million range total for expenditures that will run, again, parallel to what we hope will be reimagined.
Dave, you've done a really good job anticipating overage in the past. And so when you look at these costs, and there's no guarantees, but you show 5% increase. And then I'm assuming even within the cost, there's an overage, question mark about what the heck is happening.
There is. And I will actually draw, this is way towards the end, but I will just draw a real quick note to it. If you go all the way to the back of your presentation, and I didn't think I would have to go to this, but I'm going to forward all the way to it on the slides.
You don't have to. I don't want to.
Sure.
We can geek out
to
another time on it.
I guess what I wanted to draw your attention to is specifically around knowing that we are in a really, really unique time in history. We've tried to be as conservative as possible. We worked with a lot of our design partners as we developed some of our unit costs, as we looked at developing estimated contingencies. We're utilizing a 25% contingency at this point on our estimated costs, simply because, again, we're talking about a 10-year plan. And when you start looking at sort of best practice for cost estimating, we're in a category where it's, as close to sort of licking your finger and putting it in the air as we can get. So anyway, there is, if you want to take a look at it, there is a slide called cost estimating example that walks you through a little bit of that, but we can get into the details. But we really tried to be conservative with it. And there's a challenge that you can be too conservative with it. But again, I think that at this point in time, the conversations we're having with our partners in the design world and in the construction world, we're continuing to carry that 5%. We're continuing to monitor that though. And that's one of those things where I do also want to be really transparent that, we saw this with the pandemic where things kind of went haywire there for a while. If we see some real significant changes in material costs and things like that, we will probably make sure that we'll keep you as informed as we possibly can about any changes that we see that we feel that we need to make for cost estimates. That being said, any questions specifically on the district summary sheet, or I'm not going to go building by building, but would it be helpful if I sort of ran through maybe a few of the specific line items to give you maybe point out anything in particular?
Can you help me understand specifically the discrepancy with Northwest having more spend there?
Yep.
And just, is there a factor driving that, whether it be an older building or something that is driving that up?
Absolutely. So if we, and I'll draw your attention to the estimated construction costs for just additions and new buildings. So if we look at the Northeast, we're looking at, and I apologize, we're saying about $107 million for additions and new buildings in the Northeast. If we go to the Northwest, we have $171 million identified for additions and new buildings there. One of the things that I'll note here, though, is while we do have Oak Park identified as new construction in the Northeast, we actually have Moulton and Greenwood that are identified as new construction in the Northwest. We also have a couple more buildings in the Northwest, regionally speaking, than we had in the Northeast. So when we take into account that additional 40 some odd $million that's identified as potential cost for one of the two new buildings in the Northwest, and we take into account some of the additional, just the number of facilities we have, it does skew it in that direction. So that's where those numbers live. I've been talking about capital view, and I just want to use this as sort of an example here is, and I'll draw your attention to the slide for the Northeast elementary and early childhood facilities. The second line item down here, and I'll just kind of walk across this line. So we have Capital View Elementary. This table shows the current configuration of that building as a pre-K 5. The future configuration of that building will transition to a pre-K 6. That work is scheduled to take place in school year 28-29. And when I say 28-29, I do want to note, and there's, I think that there's a footnote maybe on the timelines. What we're looking at there is we've sort of blocked out the school year as the year of construction. We're also going to be taking advantage of that summer. After that year, we're going to be taking advantage of that summer before. Realistically, as we work through these projects, we'll also be looking at things like, okay, you know what, are there things we can do starting the spring break before the year, so that we can sort of maximize and take advantage of any hour of daylight that we can get. So when we say that it's going to be completed in a year, I do want to note the fact that that's sort of a broad brush construction year, in terms of how that's identified. So, but the thing I really want to draw your attention to, and I think this is what sort of shows the the power of scope on projects, is if we look at that estimated construction project for additions, renovations, and new buildings, a capital view, it's about $14.7 million. If we just look at the estimated construction cost for new additions and or for additions in new buildings, so just additions there, that 4 classroom addition is marked at about $4.4 million. So there's almost a $10 million delta between the cost of just doing the addition and the cost of going in and doing a full building renovation. Again, we feel like we used some pretty conservative numbers when we looked at this. Every building would be different. The way we calculated that renovation number is we looked at the current square footage of the building and we said, okay, what's our cost for the addition? And then we took that total square footage for that building and we multiplied it by a unit factor that we had calculated. So we essentially said, if it's a $75,000 square foot building, we're going to renovate 75,000 square feet because we wanted to make sure we're capturing any potential scenario. Does it mean we would renovate 75,000 square feet? Probably not. It would be some number less than that if it's a 75,000 square foot building. But I do want to draw your attention to that to sort of identify where, as we get into conversations about total scope and scale, certainly from a financial standpoint, when we start talking about making investments in additional space and additional investments in functional capacity, that comes with one cost. There's another cost that, and this is my word in this particular capacity. If we consider the space as non-negotiable and some of the pretty stuff and the renovations and some of those things that we would really, really love to do as discretionary, I think you start looking at saying, okay, does the renovation represent the discretionary versus the non-negotiable of the space? So I just put that out there for consideration. So this table, all of these tables go through region by region, we broke them down by early childhood and elementary, and then we put all of the secondaries together so that you could see sort of the difference between those. One thing I will note is all of the middle schools. Oh, sorry. All of the middle schools throughout the regions are identified as receiving a 6,000 square foot addition. We largely picked that square footage because as we started to look at we wanted to be able to address capacity needs at middle schools that are more than just core instruction classrooms. So what we did is rather than land necessarily on a number of classrooms, we said, okay, what square footage would be effective in terms of being able to build out laboratory space, maker spaces, sort of incubator areas that
career technical education.
Exactly. Some more functional type areas where rather than focusing so much on just the individual classroom space, we looked at it more as what would give us some room to run as we look at those. So that's why when you look at the middle schools, we have 6,000 square feet. We're really looking at those as about a 4. If we needed to go into a building and do a 4 classroom addition, it's going to be about 6,000 square feet. So that's the reason there's a difference in the way that that's presented. And again, as we go through here, I'm terrible with this thing, Amanda. I will jump really quickly to the last slide that is identified as other facilities. And I will note here that this is where the question had been raised about the Fluor facility. We don't show it again on the timeline because we're hoping to be able to be a little bit more aggressive with that. Our scenario does have that transitioning out in 2031. Certainly, if that can happen sooner, it will happen sooner. The other facilities that we have here, though, we did not specifically identify at this point in time scopes of work for these facilities, just given the fact that, well, some of them are support facilities where we felt that including them in whether it's our Prospect facility or Dean Avenue or whatnot, we didn't feel that it was, this was not the place where we wanted to be looking at potentially obligating bond dollars. And that there's, other things that we can do to address those, the sort of the adult spaces. But also as we look at like Walker Street is sort of co-located. If you're not familiar with that site, it sits just directly east of East High School. We didn't wrap that one in because, quite honestly, that's probably a facility that if we did anything there, probably wouldn't be too much. We would probably address that with East High School. Ag and aviation, we also left those blank, partly just because as we work through the programming and we start looking at what do enhancements to the overall CTE program, we recognize that there's just some unknowns there. We left some of these as unknowns. I will also say that like this facility here, Central Campus, we're over 500,000 square feet of space here. You could very easily go in and say, we're going to spend tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in this building. But this is also a unique facility where there's access to some unique funding streams for some things. This is the type of facility here, academy, whatnot, where we can look at potentially trying to address some needs through SAVE, Pebble, some of those other funding streams, so that we can focus on some of those more comprehensive and signature buildings elsewhere. That was the approach we took as we went into this. Yes.
Can you help me understand where there is a repurposing of a facility and there is not any money put into that facility?
Right.
Is that covered in the, and I'll just use the example, Hubble is swallowed up by Roosevelt and there's no money to renovate Hubble. Is that in the Roosevelt renovation plan?
We've been looking at it as from a planning standpoint, yes, but I'm also gonna put a little bit of a note on that one. And we were actually just having a conversation about that particular scenario earlier today. And one of the things is we look at in that particular example, the costs associated with the future use of that space is truly dependent on what the future use of that space is. If the intent is to go in and offer a core or extended core instruction that's going to utilize a traditional classroom type setting, the cost to make modifications there, if needed, would be substantially less than if we went in and said, you know what, that actually makes a perfect spot to do, dance, a dance studio and some type of performing arts or athletics and things like that. So not knowing exactly what the scope of that could be, we're not blind to it. We recognize it. We have not gone in there and just sort of arbitrarily said, okay, we need to put a placeholder of $2 million, $3 million. We can certainly do that. But at this point in time, we haven't elected to do that, but we can, and that's one of those conversations that I think that as we look and sort of navigate the scopes moving forward, we'll have to talk about that.
And
So,
follow up on that question, given the collaborative nature of those two facilities, is the additional classroom space estimate at Roosevelt based off of including Hubble in that, or is that intended for construction at Roosevelt? Your estimate is 12 new classrooms at Roosevelt, and then whatever happens at Hubble happens at Hubble.
Yeah, the additional
Yes.
capacity built in Hubble.
Yes, so that cost that you see for Roosevelt is for a 12 classroom
Right.
addition at
At
Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. That does not, it's not, we're not counting 12 classrooms at Hubble and saying that's your renovation.
No,
Okay,
correct.
No,
okay.
we're looking, yes, that's its own separate
Okay.
space at this point. Knowing that we're gonna have to navigate that.
more broadly, using that same, as we're figuring out what the signature schools are, which should come at by the end of the school year, that could impact the cost of some of these signature school.
It could.
It could. Yeah, it could, and again, we will continue to keep you up to speed on where we're at with that. We'll certainly make sure that you're aware of, how those costs are built out and what those costs represent. We've tried to be as proactive as possible in terms of thinking through the eventualities of how spaces might be utilized, but we recognize that yes, we'll still have some things we'll need to come back to you with.
But it sounds like you're less concerned about that because the
the multi-purpose, your approach to building this is something that is multi-purpose or
Correct.
flexible, like a signature
Right.
school that could have a use for 10 years and may change 10 years after.
Right.
That's very accurate.
Yes. Yeah. And I will note, we do have some dollars allocated for, as you look at Hoover and North, you'll see that there are some dollars allocated there specifically because we had some spaces and in all transparency with those facilities anticipated to transition to signature schools. We did look at some of those spaces that could be utilized as multifunctional spaces. And I know that this is not a real exciting thing to talk about, but pool spaces. Pool spaces would be one of those areas where if there was potentially a transition to more of a multi-use space, whatnot, we've allocated some costs in there, and that's what you see reflected. I'm going to turn it over to Matt now. If there are no further questions, maybe on that element.
So the next series of slides are renderings. What we just showed you was 7 classrooms here, 12 classrooms there, and it can mean a lot. You know, that's really sort of bland and dry when you look at it on a spreadsheet. In working with the committee and working with a few architect firms in town, what we asked along as a part of this committee's journey is to render some potential designs of what spaces actually might look like. And so the reason why we placed these in the slide deck tonight was to give you an example and some opportunities to maybe see a vision of classroom spaces of how this looks differently moving forward. And so there's just a handful of them here. What you're seeing there is some potential redesigns to the facing of MLK. And so that's also this slide here is the redesigned space, if you will, and also at MLK, in that sort of that common space, right? To give you an idea of when we're thinking about making investments in these schools for children and for staff and for families, you begin to see what a $4 million and $8 million, $12 million investment actually begins to look like in our current existing facilities. This is also King Elementary School. Again, utilizing, to your point, Jackie, a multi-use flexible space that could be used for a lot of different purposes and functionality. This one was an interesting sort of rendering of Wright Elementary School. And as you begin to pour into that, you can see there's all kinds of creativity and design that creates those modern spaces that are not just modern and that bring in that natural light and those elements that are about social, emotional, and overall health and well-being for students, staff, but also it brings in some creativity, right, and some modernization around the joy of learning and the joy of teaching. Again, just an architect's rendering of Wright Elementary School. This is just an example of what flexible spaces could look like at our elementary schools moving forward. Some of the flexible classroom spaces connected to the hallways, right? Every space in a building is about a learning space. It's not just what happens within the 4 walls of classrooms. And so beginning to think differently about where students are eating, where they're actually spending their time in common spaces. Again, those are all opportunities for learning and for showcase, for performance. All of that is a part of the designs. Which brings us to the sort of the next step. And Jackie alluded to it earlier in terms of just the bond timeline, right? When we think about tonight being about project scope and overall estimated costs, when you consider the timeline there, we're at April 15th, which again is just establishing what this looks like in its totality. So that was tonight's focus, and tonight's goal was to put that in front of you, and to begin to sort of brainstorm together about what questions we might have as we work towards some May dates. And again, there's no date that you're seeing articulated on the slide in front of you that is a hard and fast date. It's just a milestone date with some milestone objectives to keep us on track towards a bond referendum. The only date that is a solid date that we need to hold on to is that September 19th date. That one is intact, and that is we need to meet that date, that deadline. That was it. Then it's just a slide that says questions. There's some supplemental slides that were just placed in there in case questions needed us to go back and reference these slides. But overall, that's it. That's simple.
Thank you. That was the headline. I've heard different things about the specificity of the bond language, and it would be helpful just to help the board understand that, because the bond and bond language, when written with specificity, means the expectation is that what we're doing, that's what we're doing for our taxpayers. And I've heard different things. So can you just talk about the expectations of the bond language as it relates to the specificity of what DMPS is going to do with those dollars?
Yeah, we will work specifically with Allers on that endeavor to make sure that the language that we draft is, to your point, is specific enough so that the voters understand what they're voting on, but also generic enough that we don't get locked into, in other words, when you see like capital view, for building classrooms, it won't be that specific because we need some flexibility to make some shifts in that.
Will it list school names?
Different districts do it different ways. I think that's going to be up for us to decide that with Allers. Not everybody list school names. And so that's something that we'll need to develop with Allers together about what we think is going to be what our voters would like to see on an actual ballot.
Thank you to you and the committee, to all of you and all of the committee members. You had mentioned striving for a community perfect plan after kind of receiving feedback and listening to the community in some of those sessions. You'd also mentioned this is a dynamic plan. And I'm curious, what is it that would cause what you've presented to us today to shift? And I think about Hoover and Meredith, and you mentioned that we're still trying to determine what is the best signature school route for that particular population to go with. And I know that you're still having conversations with community members in that area. So thinking from the seat of parents that this plan is impacting, how do I as a parent say, I think this would be the best signature school for Hoover and Meredith? Or going back to this dynamic plan, what is it that would cause a shift, a seismic shift?
I'll I guess maybe start with that. And I'm just going to use this. I think this question lends itself to it. In the supplemental data, the very last slide is what happens without bond funding. And everything that we've presented to you tonight is contingent upon the general obligation proceeds. And so without a bond proceeds, the plan is severely impacted in terms of our ability to advance the work at a rate and a pace that's going to serve children and serve families. We could do it over the next 25 years, but we know how that would go. And so, things like addressing, it would address the middle school transition of bringing sixth grade down because it would slow our rate of being able to add capacity at the elementary schools to receive the students. That's a significant impact. The signature schools, depending on the type of signature school it is, may or may not require, facility investments, if you will. It's more programmatic shifts. And so could that be potentially impacted? Maybe. High schools would be severely impacted as well. They're way over capacity now. Again, to the tune of 600 and 700 students over capacity already. And to not have the proceeds to accelerate investments in those areas to build capacity is going to be a challenge for the student experience and the staff experience there.
Thank you, Matt. As you were answering, I was reflecting on the way that I asked the question, and I appreciate that you were reading my mind. I'm grateful to hear and understand that this is the way that we serve our students. If we are going to impact the student outcomes, the student experience, the way that we are teaching, we have to pass this bond.
We do. And I mean, when it comes to board monitoring, this board is watched across the country because you focus on student outcomes. This plan is about student outcomes. It was highly favorable in that regard, and it requires a bond for us to accelerate that work for kids. And I was asked earlier on at the start of this particular committee work, this is last school year, you know, what are some of the things that you most hope out of this? And of course, not knowing where we were going to go in the direction of, one of the things that I remember vividly answering is our community is going to gather around how do we better serve our children for the years to come, for the next 20, 30, 40 years to come. And while we may not have 90% favorability, we've got really strong favorability, and families care. They absolutely care about what happens to their children, the neighbors across the regions. We have met so many amazing parents and families that don't always agree on what the details of the plan. They agree on the elements many times, but maybe not what's happening with this specific school. But what they articulate is a genuine care and concern for kids in another region, for kids that they've never met. To not pass a bond to get work done for children in this endeavor, it'll be highly disappointing, to say the least.
I really appreciate that this is about student outcomes. I think the one thing that I would ask is, at the same time that we're talking about buildings, it's really going to be helpful to understand that there is general fund dollar allocation to actually fully execute the programs in a sustainable way. And so to me, it's beyond just a building. And so we've also got to help the community understand, and I think as a district feel like we can obligate the general fund dollars, the staffing, the programmatic elements within our existing budget to support the new concepts.
Right.
So we've got to paint a fuller picture, I think, beyond just the construction.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question on that sort of line of thinking? Can you bring us, help us understand how, when you put a plan like this together, you don't overbuild for the ability to serve that building? What we need is one thing, and that certainly is you can build for that, but you still have to pay for it. And once it's open. And so how do you balance those two things as you try to decide how big a renovation has to be to do enough, to serve the students you have, but then also to be realistic about the dollars that you don't know that you're going to have? How did you approach that?
You want to start?
Yeah. A big part of it is utilizing the data that we have available to us. It's like anything else, it's only as good as what you have in front of you. Really taking a look at what our enrollment projections have looked like, really looking at, what we sort of approach this as, we really looked at everything from an ideal state type condition, where we stated that, okay, if we go in and we start building new classrooms, and Matt has talked about this before in various settings, in an ideal situation, if we're going to go build a new classroom, we're going to build 1,000 square foot classroom, approximately. And depending on the grade level, we have a certain number of students that we would like to see within that space. So as we went through, and certainly at this point in time, using the data available to us, we identified, okay, we really need to be looking at a 4 classroom, 6 classroom, 8 classroom addition based off of those ideal situations for the number of kids, given what the data says. Now, that ideal state in many cases is, in some cases, it may actually be a little bit above where we're at for average classroom counts right now. It might be a little bit below. But we've tried to be as practical as possible based off of the data that we've had available. And I think that if I can touch just really quickly on the issue of the plan being dynamic, I think that I would be remiss if I didn't say that a lot of that dynamic element comes into play as we look at going through the design process, working with our neighborhoods and our communities to really identify what it is that, you know, that we're looking to accomplish for our different communities, and at that moment in time, what that specific data is saying. So we know we could be in a situation where, you know, it's right sized for now, and then 10 years down the road, something changes. Unfortunately, you know, the crystal ball we have only goes out so far, and even when it goes out there, it starts to get a little bit hazy. But that's also part of what we do within our roles here at the district, is to try and continue to track and monitor those things. But
I think part of that too, which I appreciate your question. I think it lifts that it's not just a single data point that we continue to look at, right? There's a tremendous amount of data sets, and we look at the intersectionality of those data in terms of enrollment analysis and predictability versus square footage. How many adults can we fit in that classroom, right? Just to make sure that it's space that's usable for collaborative learning and not students sitting in rows listening to an instructor stand at the front of the room, because that's all the space that they are actually allowed. It's knowing and having a vision for what highly effective instruction looks like in classrooms, and building conditions and learning spaces that are conducive to that.
Dr. Mayberry-Mays, Ms. Knox, Ms. Campos, questions?
Yeah, I just had a comment really quick. No questions for me. My comment is thank you so much. This was really good and very helpful in better understanding. And what I really appreciate from you all who've been involved with this, and particularly that committee, how dare I say this E word, but the equity within it. Sometimes when big plans like this happen, there are certain populations, neighborhoods, communities that often get overlooked. So I was really happy to see this lens of equity throughout. Really quick story. I was at a neighborhood association meeting the other day that takes place at a senior living facility. And these are people that not necessarily were even in the district, but those who were in the district were in the district 65 to 75 years ago. And we started to talk a little bit about reimagined education and DMPS, and they were equally excited. So to know that you have this range of support, it's certainly hats off to those who have come up with this plan. So thank you.
Ms. Knox, Ms. Campos.
Tons of work for sure, and thank you, yes, to all of you in the community. I just had two timing questions. So one, I was just sort of reading, and I know I was listening on the phone and then I got here. Back to signature school development. I see spring of 2025, April to May. Are you anticipating knowing signature schools before, or like the bond? How do those two time? Did I miss that conversation, or are we uncertain?
We heard was that by the end of the school year, yes, the signature schools would be presented to us.
So they will be presented here in the next couple months.
Right? At least one iteration of that, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that will be like a narrative as part of the bond. Okay.
That's correct.
All the way through for 10 years. Like, are you trying, that's, I guess, so if something's supposed to be a signature school in 2032, is that part of the narrative?
Yes. Certainly signature schools can change after years 6, 7, and 8, but again, we don't think hypotheticals, but yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Jen. All I'm saying is that I just want to make sure we have a really massive communications hurdle. And so if we envision a school that is supposed to be a signature school in 2032, if it's not, like, how far out are you going to feel comfortable projecting signature schools because there's so many
Sure.
evolutions. So I think I just want to make sure this dynamism that you talk about, Dr. Roberts, the nimbleness, all of the words that we've heard, how do we make sure that we are excited, but also very clear with voters, because we don't want to commit to something, and if it's a long time from now. It's very hard to. It's a balance of specificity and flexibility. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then my other question is around, we've talked a lot about activities and athletics as being a positive factor of some of these decisions. I don't think we've received like any formal presentation on that part of the plan. Will we receive an update on that strategy and plan?
We certainly can provide that. We could certainly bring that to you guys as a part of this work. We didn't include it in this because
I know this is construction, but I just don't even think.
And we didn't consider it part of the part of the bond aspect of it.
I just know it's such a question that's come up is like, how's it going to work? What's sort of the vision for it? What are some of the, I think, and I know one of the things that was sort of, we talked about a lot was how this was going to enable additional resources and supports. And I am just really interested in that.
We can certainly bring
one of the things that we talked about when we brought forward the list of questions and answers, we put together a board work session plan to specifically address some of your questions around activities and athletics or staffing or transportation and all the different things. So I believe that, with Dr. Roberts' permission to have that on the docket.
Yeah, I think the community had a lot of those questions, so I just want to make sure we're trying to not let something like that stand in the way of passing this, right? So
I do want to note there as well, and we've talked about this multiple times, the really, really good work, and Ms. Alonso was involved in this, the athletic advisory committee work that was done, is when we take a look at, I mentioned earlier, we have this sort of parallel track with the superintendent's facility advisory committee. One of the things that we have done this go around with that is that we have also pulled all of those elements into that, which again, I realize is separate, but just to kind of give you a heads up, we're tracking those and we're looking at those things, and not just what came up in that report, but we're really working closely with the activities team to try and make sure that we're getting as much captured as requests from the building level and not just what maybe people who aren't actually out there doing it think would be best.
My last sort of challenge on this, and I'll just throw it out there and maybe everyone disagrees, but I think we talked a lot about signature schools, and maybe this is just our own dreaming, but it's sort of being like crown jewel or something special in the district that could attract people in or, be a great resource to keep our students engaged. And so, I saw North got moved up in the timeline to now be 28, 29, and just feeling a little meh about the investment amount associated with it and really wondering we know that that's a building that could use a lot of investment alone as a building, right? And so I looked at it as sort of a challenge for us to think about what is our vision with signature schools, and if we're really going to go all in. I really love to see us go in as much as we can to add on 6,000 square feet to a middle school. I guess. So.
Absolutely.
And I think the strategy of suggesting that it might come early was actually an intentional focus and allocation of resources. So potentially the high schools, and so potentially once programmatic elements are recommended,
more granular.
And maybe additional investment.
Yeah, sure. The nimbleness of resource allocation.
We just want to others?
I just have one other question. Sorry. Where's the PERS program? Where are they slated to go? perks programs, the like focus and some of the.
Yeah,
programs?
no, and that's a fantastic question. And that is actually one thing that if there's a moving target for us, I will readily admit it's that. We've had a lot of conversations about exactly what does that look like. Both for, I'll say, is it a temporary home for those programs over some number of years, or is it?
We have a few options.
Yeah.
That we just need to settle on.
Okay.
Yeah, we do, but it's absolutely.
I noticed they were in there and I didn't see where they were
It's
planning to go
it's
to.
front of mind, and we know that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
I just want to thank you guys for doing this, and I've told you guys many times, I'm excited about this, and all the hard work that you and your team have done throughout this year. It's highly appreciated, especially by us and then by the community.
I just have one more question. To clarify, every school is touched in some way through governance. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I was reading, kind of looking through, trying to figure out codes in the community.
Correct. The only ones that I would sort of draw your attention to would be those ones that pop up on that very last page of other facilities. But other than that, every early childhood, elementary,
Is in this plan going to?
it's in this plan, and whether it's and I'll use early childhood as an example. It may be, relatively speaking, a small investment that's currently earmarked, but yes, every building is identified.
I meant to say that out loud.
Yep.
I am going to suggest this was a lot for, I think, everybody to take in and process. And I think I want to say out loud to make sure that I'm clear. We haven't made any decisions.
Correct.
As opposed to received a presentation. And so I think it's going to be really important for board members to think and process and get our heads around how to think about this, because I think I know one of the things that you heard, Matt, from the Reimagining Education Committee is if DMPS commits to doing something, we want to get it done and get it done well.
Right.
And so this is a very large project, and just, helping us understand, while this is a massive big vision, how do you 5-year plan versus 10-year vision? How do you think about execution and what's possible within the reality of the funding that we made a vote bond for? So I think there's a lot of considerations and a lot of questions still to talk about, including the headwinds with regards to the economy as well. And so help us understand how this continues to evolve in maybe in a little bit more of a specific way as it relates to the number itself. Of the bonding. Is that something that we're going to come back to potentially in May?
Yes, it will be.
After we've done a little bit more information checking and thinking about the programmatic elements, then we'll have a better handle again on the number that's being recommended. Is
Absolutely,
that
that is correct.
Okay, so I think that the charge for the board is there's a lot here, and I think it'd be really helpful to give the team 2 pieces of feedback. One is what haven't you seen that you really need to see? And then I also think it would be helpful. We've all talked to community members, and so what are they looking for that is not clear? I think we've shared some of it already, but communications is one of our biggest hurdles. And so the more we're giving coaching and feedback on what we think the public wants to know and hear. And then the last component is, I do think it would be helpful to even more clearly than this, put on our website what our public can expect and when, because there is I think you all know this, it's such a high level of anxiety for staff, for teachers, for family, for home buyers. It's a complex thing. We are so excited about it, but I think we also just have to continuously remember how people are processing this as they're taking in all of this information as well. So with that, I think in our deep gratitude, we are going to move to items of privilege. So I will turn to my board colleagues first and see if we have any items of privilege that people would like to speak to.
Just really fast, not that anybody, hopefully somebody sees this recording tomorrow. But May 1st and 2nd fashion show here at Central Campus. Just a reminder to attend that one. And then just a congratulations to Lincoln, North, and Roosevelt. They all put on their spring musicals this last week, and they were all a huge success by everyone's measure with very limited resources. And so congratulations to all the students and staff that were a part of that.
I would, we've heard a lot today from what's going well at a few of our buildings, challenges we're facing with regards to achieving our vision and honoring our values. But I want to take this opportunity, thank you, Madam Chair, to just chat or say a little bit about how, sorry, it's late. You know, I think back to Dr. Roberts and when we first received a presentation around reimagining education, and you used the analogy of planting a tree, and planting a tree like this, a tree that we may never see the shade of, and a tree that you know, we have to be selfless when planting this tree. It is so much bigger than who we are currently, and we need to look at this from the standpoint of the incredible future and the incredible opportunity that we have for the future generations. And I'm just grateful for the vision. I'm grateful for the selflessness in the community, on the committee that's being brought to us, on this board. I look forward to continuing to have patience, although we are in a time of incredible need for immediate gratification and want results now and immediately. That is not what this tree is about. This tree that we are planting is about so much more. And so that patience and is going to be important along this journey. And I'm just so grateful for the collaboration, not only on this board. We experienced, I think, wonderful collaboration this weekend in our board retreat, collaboration with the committee and the board, collaboration with the committee and our community has been incredible. And the continued collaboration between the board, the superintendent, and the team. I'm just really excited about the significance that we as a board can have and look forward to our continuous improvement.
I will keep my comments very, very brief because it is 10:05, and if Jenna has one more question, I don't know what I'll do. No, in all fun. I just want to say thank you to the people in the audience. It is 10:05. We're expected to be here. So thank you all for staying this late. And thank you to those of you who are watching online as well. It's good to know that there are topics important enough that make people stay until 10 p.m. on a Tuesday night.
Do you hear them laughing back there?
Actually, that it was. For the capital campaign, for the United Way campaign. And so thanks to everybody for living. Dr. Roberts, would you like to say anything?
Madam Chair, I will certainly follow suit with Dr. Mayberry Mays and just anchor my comments in brevity.
Really?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You sure? Do you have
Yes,
anything else
no,
you want?
good.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody.